All right, and we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to see a sub 60K Bitcoin on the stream? Is today the day? Perma bulls are getting whooped right now. Let me know if you guys can hear me. This should be a interesting live stream with the price action just already dumping like we've been seeing. If you can hear me, leave a comment in the chat down below. I'll be going through them. Hello, brother. James Freedom XRP. Hello from the UK, Darren Mitchell, my man. Let's go. Hello everyone. Macau20, your #1 fan is back, my man. Your first comment, first like. Minor bounce should be logical. I bought the dip at 61 and closed. It seems it will go lower, says Francisco the pianist. Tony Montana, hey math. Morning from Chicago. Hello from Uganda, my man. Good morning from Denver. That's what I love about you guys. You're from all over the place. Hello from India, Royal Gamer 7425. Today should be a fun live stream. I'm ready. I got 2 liters of water here. I drink water like you would not believe. I got some eye drops because it's going to be a long one. I got my blue light glasses because, as you know, if you've been tuning into the streams, I go from daytime to nighttime. We're ready. I got some snacks in the back that I'm ready to go grab, and it should be a very, very interesting day as the crypto market unwinds. Hi from Australia. What's the thoughts on 39K? We'll talk about it in today's update, today's live stream, I should say. Guys, the base case is playing out. I heard you are coming soon to Spain. Yes, I will be going to Spain relatively soon. Let's go. From Manchester. Manchester, which team do you support? When I grew up, it was Man United, and I still support them. Let's see. Let's see, guys. Just saying hi to everyone as we get more people jumping into the stream. Australia. Guys, I actually think that Bitcoin could go lower than most people think. Nuke Stream, good morning, legend. Yes, sir. Yes, Man United. All right, we're on the same page. Aston Villa. Yeah, Aston Villa's, I mean, under Unai Emery, killing it. Killing it. Let's wait for a couple more people to jump on the stream. I think I'll have the energy to go for a while today. I've adjusted my streaming schedule, legends, and good morning from Columbus, Ohio. Good morning, Keith Jones. I've adjusted my schedule, so right now, just because everyone. Okay, Dominican Republic. Guys, it's amazing. Everyone is from all over the globe in different time zones. Good morning. I'm thinking of taking a long soon. W reversal on the 15. Bullish divergence. Not a football fan, mate. Okay, your boy's back, Macau. Yeah, they're doing really well. It's nice to see. Let's go. Hey, bro, I always feel positive while watching your live streams. The profits you are in are huge. It can change a whole life of 100 families. Keep it up, brother. From India, my man. It wasn't always like this, guys. I was trading with a lot less capital. But yeah, obviously I'm happy at this point. Actually, we're looking at $600,000 in profits so far, if I am to close this trade entirely, which I won't. I missed having you on the live. Hi, buddy, from windy, rainy Manchester. Good morning from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. My mom's actually from Brazil. I don't know if I shared that with you guys. Thomas from Denmark. Do you invest in anything except for crypto for stable cash flow? I invest in stocks. I invest in precious metals. But as you know, this is a crypto channel. I might start diversifying and sharing with you guys what I'm eyeing. But For now, most of my money is made trading crypto. Lagos, Nigeria in the building. Jim Heller, 2674. Bro, do you also have a job or do you strictly trade crypto? I strictly trade crypto, guys. And we'll get into it again. I'm sure there's going to be some questions once more, which I'm happy to address. But when I started, I had a full-time job and I poured all of my income into crypto, trading the market year after year after year. And now it's full-time trading, guys. I don't have time for a job at this point. These streams can grow your channel faster. They can, but they burn me the crap out. I've been doing five-hour streams and long streams, and I will keep doing them. I'm building up a tolerance, as we've discussed. So, is now the moment to long, or do we just wait? It's very tricky because I shared this in my group last night. I was looking at a sweep of $65,000. I was looking at a sweep of the low, and we got no sweep and reclaim. Look at this. We just puked right below the level. So from my perspective, it makes total sense for me to look for scalp longing opportunities in this market. I want a hedge. I have some spot Bitcoin, but I want a hedge against my shorts. However, on the flip side, if you are in no trades at this point, it's risky to go long, in my opinion. The only reason I'm talking about longs is because I have such massive short positions open. Low-key favorite country you visited? Guys, I have to be honest. A really underrated country that I visited and I loved it there, Croatia. It was absolutely amazing. I loved it there. So, yeah, and I've been across Europe. I caught the scalp last night up to 65K. Awesome. And I hope you took some significant profits. Move the stop to break even. Not financial advice, of course, but scalps need to be heavily protected, scalp longs in particular. Philadelphia, US. Hello from Brazil. 4 days of devastation. Get to Ireland. Croatia, let's go. Hello from Dubai. Well, hello back to you from Dubai. We got all the time in the world today. Palm Jumeirah, Jordy, my man. I could see you. You're down there. All right. All right. Devault of Mindpillar gave us basically the point of bounce last night. Yeah. So here's the thing. We swept every single low last night except for the low. And that low is $59,800. I've changed the thumbnail. Of this live stream to sub 60K, because if we get some significant selling pressure over the course of this live stream, we may be seeing a sub 60K Bitcoin today. It's possible. It is possible. And then I could finally come out and dunk on all the bulls that were hating on me. I don't mean to be like this, guys. There's nothing more that I want than for Bitcoin to go up. However, you know how I was talking about stairs up, elevator down? How many people do you know got very, very excited with this rally? How many people told you that we're going to 100K next? And it took, let's take it from 65K to the peak. Let's take it from 65K to the point where it was a confirmation of going lower. 46 days. And from that point on, from this peak to breaking this low, 20 days. So basically half the time is required to go down. And that's standard Bitcoin bear market price action. Yes, sir. Juventus 9531. I did sell some spot. Actually, in my community, where I not only show the trades that you're seeing here, I talk about my spot portfolio. And I shared with you guys when we went back above $80,000, I sold some more spot Bitcoin. Guys, my community is free. If you want to join, DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. You get access to all of my trades, insights. It is free because you're trading with your own capital on any of these exchanges down below. So the way it works is you sign up, you deposit whatever capital you're comfortable trading with. And honestly, if you're trading on another exchange, I would recommend just going to Bluffin, just transferring fully over to Bluffin. I know a lot of members that have done it. And then you can join my group. You DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram and you're able to join. But I talked about offloading some spots. And I'm glad I did, again, because now I have the opportunity to buy back lower. South part of France. I've never been to the south of France, but I heard it is lovely. Is there tax in Dubai? To have for your own business, there is a little bit, tiny bit of tax. Income, 0. And no, from trading perspective, no stress whatsoever. Are you taking your short to 1 million? Guys, this short, let's see. For it to hit $1 million trade, we'd have to go sub 40K, or I'd have to find somewhere to add to my position because I've already taken a lot of profits on this trade. What's an extra $2,600 though on the way down, guys? I genuinely think that today, if we don't get any kind of reaction again at the low that we established overnight, we're going to see a sub 60K Bitcoin live on the stream. I think so. I think it's entirely possible. And yes, exactly. I'm reading some comments. Tony Serve, take a look at the monthly candle. What is that? What is that? Horrible previous monthly candle. And the bear market prophecy continues. And this time was in fact not different. Good afternoon, Yazsha, my man. So, we got some things to discuss today. Yesterday, Trump came out and said that the blockade of Iran could be lifted by Labor Day. That's a few months away. We have the Cardano founder, Charles Hoskinson, saying he's taking a break. And our friend Michael Saylor, this needs updating because he's not only down $8 billion, he is down over $11 billion. You heard that right, $11 billion. As we discussed in yesterday's video update. And again, guys, if live streams aren't for you, no worries. I still do 2 to 3 videos a week, and they're very much higher time frame. As discussed in yesterday's market update, it's 15 minutes long. If you don't want to watch the live stream, I'd recommend you just watch this. There is narratives, Saylor, Tom Lee, Iran-US war, inflation, the unemployment rate, new Fed chair, whatever you want to attribute to this price action. There's always going to be a narrative to justify why Bitcoin is going lower. But what if it is literally just a carbon copy of the previous bear markets. Why overcomplicate it? And this also ties into one of my other points, where some of you ask me, hey man, what do you think of this trading strategy? What do you think of X? Why don't you implement X? Because I don't need to, guys. When you find a trading strategy that works, you stick to it, and you don't want to overcomplicate things. Much like the market structure that we're seeing now, there's no sense in overcomplicating things. Yes, was this a nice relief rally? Of course. Do I wish I could have taken advantage of maybe a little bit more longs from around 65K? Of course. But on the higher time frame, has anything changed? And the answer is no, nothing has changed. And so because of this, you've heard me say it before, I'll say it again, I'm comfy in shorts. I'm comfy in shorts. And now we just wait patiently, right? Grigor says he believes ETF investors are in panic mode now. They have so much left to sell. Guys, I think we're going to see sub 60K today. I'm calling it now on the stream. I think we see sub $60,000. Yeah, I agree. But the crazy thing with the ETFs is, guys, selling half a billion a day is nothing. They have a lot more to sell if they want to. You know, total capitulation would be something along the lines of 3 billion worth of outflow in one day, something crazy like that. Look at the Coinbase Premium Index. It's right in front of us. Why fight it? And we will talk about the liquidity because some of you made the observation that the liquidity on the higher time frames is really piled up to the upside. So there is a lot of short interest in this market. However, liquidity isn't the only thing that matters, which we've talked about this before, right? So when the market structure is bearish and there is way more liquidity to the downside, it favors an aggressive move to the downside, grabbing that long liquidity. When the market structure is bearish, but there's way more liquidity to the upside, it doesn't mean that we have to grab that upside liquidity. And the reverse is also true. In the bear market, if you look at these kinds of maps, in the bull market, what happens is, even though we're building constructive price action to the upside, I need to remove these drawings ASAP. You can see that yes, we chop, but there was tons of long liquidity down here in the 40K zone. And it didn't matter because the market structure shifted to the upside. And so it's important to not just look at liquidity. If the market structure is bearish and there's a lot of longs piling in, to me, that's good in terms of targeting that downside liquidity. But if the market structure is bearish and there's a lot of shorts piling in, does it mean we can get a local bounce? Yes, there is a possibility, but it doesn't mean that we have to go and grab all of that upside liquidity. The momentum is still to the downside. As I said, liquidity is maybe 5 to 10% of my analysis. I use it as confluence, but the market structure always comes first. Yaz Shah, the shorts. RSI can have significance on the higher time frames, but it takes a while for those things to play out, right? Amazing. I am buying. Hi, Matsur. What do you think about Hype? I actually shared this in my group, guys. Hype is one of the only tokens outside of Bitcoin, and perhaps I'll toy around with ETH that I'm eyeing. We're getting a little bit of a correction today, naturally, with Bitcoin's price action. I mean, it makes sense. Wow, that's Hype is dropping here. Interesting. So we'll talk about that in today's update as well. But I'm going to look to buy Hype in the bear market, just keeping it real with you guys. I'm going to update in my community when I decide to do so, when I decide to buy spot Bitcoin, any new trades that I take. Some people have been frustrated that I'm not taking a gazillion different trades, but why would you when you're in a favorable position like this? Over trading is a disease. I think too many people overtrade. I'm content. I'm gonna run off into the sunset this summer with my short profits and enjoy my summer. I'll still be here, don't worry. Obviously, I'll still be here. So let's see. Yeah, Jay Beers, the structure is way more important than the liquidity. Some people will say massive short squeeze imminent, and I think we can get a bounce, but I think based on what I'm seeing here, every significant bounce literally just bleeds lower. Look at this. This is starting to look very similar to how we broke down from 98K down to 60K. It's, I don't make the rules. It's bearish. This is bearish AF. Can you send me 5K? Andreas, no, I can't send you 5K because if I send you 5K, I have to send everyone money. Sorry, guys. How much down will Bitcoin go? I think this is honestly just the beginning. Sorry, I muted myself. I shared an update in my community this morning as well, saying that it would be irresponsible for me to say, hey guys, it's time to short. The time to short was when everyone was bullish. And I don't mean to be that guy that says you missed the shorting opportunity, but like this isn't really giving great entries to short. For example, if we zoom into the 4-hour chart, you know, I had highlighted this as a potential bouncing zone, and we got the wick to the downside and then nothing, and then nothing. This is just horrible price action to the downside. And the bleed just continues and continues and continues. Right here, when we held on to the point of control value area low level, my expectation was actually that Bitcoin could make it up to at least the 2021 all-time high, right? No. So it's just, when Bitcoin really wants to go to the downside, it will, and it will leave everyone looking for shorts out of their, like, no positions, without a position in the markets. That's why even when Bitcoin was up here, I just maintained my existing short positions. I entered a new short right around here because I knew that as soon as the price action starts dropping, as soon as we get a drop, it will drop fast. So here we are. Hello from Ockville. In your opinion, is there a difference between crypto AI and stock AI? Yes. Some stock, or a lot of stock AI companies actually make significant money. They have real revenue. Of course, I do think that it's getting a little bit overextended, and we could have discussions about if it's a bubble or not. But a lot of crypto companies, what they did is they were just like, some of them just did rebrands. Okay, we're now a crypto AI company. I don't know if you guys remember, even in the bull market, there was some situations there where some crypto companies that had no ties to AI whatsoever rebranded as an AI company. It's nonsense. Just trying to take advantage of the narrative, right? Nvidia was carrying basically the entire S&P 500. Speaking of the S&P 500, I'm gonna ask you guys in the comments now if you can tell me what I told you guys weeks into this stock market rally. What did I say would happen the moment that the stock market sneezes even a little bit? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna read some of the comments. What did I say? It's one red daily candle for stocks. What did I mention? What did I say here? What kind of profits would you be in if Bitcoin hit 39K? It'd probably look like an $800,000 trade. We puke. Yaj Shah is the winner. Fettuccine, Bitcoin will fall 10 times harder. Dumpies. Exactly, guys. Exactly. I know it's unfair. I know it's unfair, guys. I know it's unfair. We want Bitcoin to go up. We believe in the asset class long term. I know it is unfair, but this is not out of the ordinary. And that's what I've been trying to say and trying to preach to you guys. Stocks can go up and Bitcoin can still struggle in a bear market year, in the mid-term year. So the moment that stocks experience just a little bit of weakness, it rolls over into Bitcoin much, much more. Yeah, exactly, guys. Exactly. And look, I'm not going to act like I'm a fortune teller. I have no clue when the stock market could actually top. And if we look at historically how the stock market tops, it's not very, very rarely in the stock market's history, because it's such an established asset class, do we just dump, right? What typically happens is something along these lines. So you get that move up, you drop, you get that move up. The topping formation in the stock market, it takes a little bit of time to play out. So what we could potentially see here, rather than just a puke, which I mean, I'm open to it, could be just like this. And then we drop. It takes a long time for stocks to play out. It's not like these pump and dumps in crypto. So I would keep your eyes on that. There's a chance that, look, if stocks continue red today, Bitcoin is going sub $60,000 today. Not financial advice, of course. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. Read the full disclaimer in the description down below if you haven't already. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Landry Sanger, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. What levels do you plan to start buying spot Bitcoin? I'll get into that in today's live stream as well. We will discuss that. Good morning from Phoenix. Hello, my man. Sailor eyes are green. What do you think we W here into a relief rally? 4-hour RSI is cooked, maybe 67K. Guys, I really don't use the RSI, particularly on anything lower than a week, to be honest. It hasn't been helpful to my trading. It might work for you, but guys, the RSI is most of the time irrelevant to how I personally trade the market. From a spot portfolio perspective and investment standpoint, weekly, monthly timeframes, yeah, that can help. Would love some relief so I can add to my short. Yeah, RSI it's not super helpful when it comes to trading, in my opinion. Hey, Matt, in Europe, start of July, there's a MiCA issue regarding crypto exchanges. Do you have any partnership with a MiCA compliant exchanges? I'll have to look into that. Dennis Tennis, did you play any tennis this week? Take any lessons? No, I did last Friday. So I'll actually, you know what? I'm gonna text, thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna text my coach right now. Let's see what he says. All right, thank you for reminding me, Dennis Tennis. I just texted him. No, I haven't. I'm supposed to play against this Italian guy that's pretty good, but I haven't organized that yet. Did you hit the gym today, my man? Come on, that's not even a question. Of course. Like I said, guys, my routine here in Dubai, I've been pretty locked in with the content, the trading, the streams. But my routine in the morning is very much, you guys might not even believe this. Maybe I glimpse at the chart a little bit. I'll give an update here and there to my community. Um, but for the most part, the routine is I wake up, I get some sun, I grab a coffee. I like slow mornings. It's very, very nice. Go for a little walk, and then I make my way to the gym immediately. So that's that. Cool. When you visit the Netherlands, we can play. I'm looking forward to it, Dennis Tennis. My plan is coming together. I'll start buying at 45K. Good morning from South Arkansas. So there's a couple ways that this could play out. I personally think that Bitcoin will form some kind of low in June, and I don't think it's going to be straight down from there. I think that from whatever low materializes in June, we're going to get another bounce, and probably going to have a choppy summer. And then afterwards, we create a new low going into end of Q3, Q4. However, I must say that I am open to all sorts of possibilities. If Bitcoin wants to just dump from here, I mean aggressively sub 50K, I am a buyer. I am a buyer. So I think it's important for you guys to be aware of that. You have to be open to all possibilities here. I'm open to us just dumping, and then hopefully we establish a bottom sooner than what history would suggest. But if there's anything that I've been taught this cycle, don't fade the 4-year cycle. So here we go. Do you think a new low in June, or is 60K likely going to hold? I think a new low in June. I think we're probably going to create a new low in June. Now the question really is like, new low, you could see the low here on Bluffin is $59,881. Are we saying, wick below that, bounce back up, and then we're just chopping around in June? Or are we saying 50K? Something for us to contend with. And I honestly don't know. I think we're going to create a new low, but I'm just not sure if it's going to be total annihilation, capitulation down to below $55,000, or if it's just going to be a wick to $59,500 and then we pop right back up. I don't know. I don't know. And I have no issue admitting I don't know. I just trade the probabilities here. Guys, this trade, as you know, I've been holding for a while. I've added to my existing position on the way down. I've taken profits on the way down. We're currently looking at around $600,000 in profits. This one, which I shared in my last video as well, I am actually almost more proud of, in the sense of when everyone was getting excited for the Clarity Act and we popped up here, I went giga short again. I shouldn't say giga short because this is a smaller position than my last one, but you get the point here. This was a great, great, great trade. $81,500 right on this pop-up. This was shared within my premium group as well. Guys, if you want to see how I'm trading the market day by day, week by week, just DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join my private group. Doesn't matter how much capital you have. It's a free group. Okay, I shouldn't say that. The minimum is $500 that you're trading with at the bare minimum. However, there's a lot of members that are trading with the minimum, with 1,000, with 10,000, 100,000. There's even some with a few $1 million. There might be one person in the group with over $10 million. So what I'm trying to get at is people trade with their own capital, and basically you can use my market insights as guidance as to how I'm operating in the market, and you can see what trades I'm entering and how I'm playing it from a spot portfolio perspective. Links in the description down below. You sign up, you trade on there, and you're good to go into my free group. Speaking of trading, guys. Speaking of trading, We are still number 2 in the bluffing competition. The War of Whales, we are still number 2. It's so frustrating, but you can see that the rewards are getting bigger and bigger. So guys, please remember, if you're already trading on bluffing, you have nothing to lose. And if you want to partake in it, sign up with my link down below, transfer your funds over, start trading. If you're already trading especially, we need big traders to join us because I'd like to get to number 1. We're still number 2. And actually, we have this guy over here. I think he changed his profile. It was actually Jason. I think this is Jason Casper. But he's catching up now. So we're looking like we might drop to number 3 because he started pushing here. I'm sharing it. I'm sharing the link here because I don't want to lose this competition. ETH to sub $1,000, it's possible. It really is possible. If you want to join, guys, remember, click this link, register, and you're good to go. So, how low do you think Bitcoin goes? I think Bitcoin, if I had to give you guys an estimate, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this again on the stream. If I had to give you an estimate, remember what we discussed. Bitcoin's drawdown from all-time highs. We are currently around 49% down from all-time highs. Historically, you can see 77% last cycle, the one before that 84, 85, 93. So it is absolutely not unreasonable for me to suggest that we could drop 65% from all-time highs. And where does that put Bitcoin, my friends? Where does that put Bitcoin? 65% from all-time highs would put Bitcoin in the low 40Ks. You heard that right. However, if I didn't have any Bitcoin exposure, I would probably look to get in sooner. But I'm keeping it real with you guys. It would not surprise me if Bitcoin... Okay, let me try to say this in a way that doesn't trigger people. Based on what we've been seeing, I don't want to rule out much lower. So let's say you can see every cycle. First one, 8% difference into the next one. Then here, 1% difference in terms of drawdown. Then here, 7% difference. So it's not like no one knows perfectly what the bottom is going to be. But my friends, if Bitcoin drops 70%, let's just do a little exercise. If Bitcoin drops 70%, that would put Bitcoin below 40K. Don't shoot the messenger. Do not shoot the messenger. Will I accumulate well before then? Yes, because no one knows. But the lower we go, the more aggressive I get. And that's why I've been encouraging you guys to join my group and see how I'm trading this market. Because these profits that you're seeing will be deployed back into Bitcoin. That is my strategy. We've been smashing the bear market so far. I'm honestly pretty damn satisfied with how we've been playing it. So if you want to join, guys, I'm going to probably just share this. It's easier if I share it in the chat whenever it's discussed. And yeah. I get concerned when I talk about these kinds of targets because people hear what they want to hear. If in a bear market, Bitcoin drops, and let's say we drop to here, like 45K, and we don't make it to below 40K, there's going to be some for lack of a better term, some morons on the internet that will say, you said sub $40,000. Meanwhile, my community and I will be buying. Or actually, I shouldn't say that because I don't have any control over what you do with your money. I'm sharing with you guys what I'm doing. So it's important to not try to be picky with the bottom. There's a difference between being picky and being patient. If you're too picky with the bottom, you might just miss it and Bitcoin might pop $30,000 higher than where you would have anticipated. Or some people get really stubborn and they simply just don't buy. And then next thing you know, into the next market cycle, Bitcoin effectively takes off without you. And then you're just sitting there on your hands, well, oh, I missed it. So you need to be strategic about it. This isn't like, I will try to do some leverage trades to try to time somewhere near a bottom, but that's going to be very, very difficult. Kloslow, hi Matsir, how are you? I have a few questions. Were you able to access Bluffin in Canada? Did you use a VPN? Yeah, I was. Now I'm not in Canada, but I was. Yep. Appreciate your knowledge and people should not get upset. Learn and take it on the board. My goal here is to help as many of you as possible. The best way that I can help you guys with absolute precision is within my community. However, I understand some people don't necessarily want to join even if it's free, and that's totally fine. So I'll still keep doing what I'm doing on the YouTube. But I talked about the end game before, and the end game is probably just updates to my community and very less frequent updates on YouTube. But for now, we're trying to grow the community, so here we are. People think I'm a trading guru just because I shared your shills. That's funny. It is in fact not a good time to long, says Kave. Guys, I'm gonna keep it real. Any long that I've been looking at, and if you're in my premium group, you know that I've been looking for longs. But any longs that I've been eyeing, do we get a reaction at the level? Yeah, but look at how minor these reactions are. It's almost like not worth my time. So I sit on my hands. You do high rocks classes? I've done them before. I'm actually going to try to compete in one next year. But I have something that's coming first that I'm going to start trading for starting at the end of this year into next year. My buddy and I are going to do a 100-mile run. So I'm pretty... I think I'm a pretty intense individual. I'm chill when it comes to trading. But I think the only reason I've been able to do that is just because I've been trading for so long. But when it comes to physical endeavors, I would say I'm pretty damn extreme. So I'm looking forward to pushing myself and running 100 miles. You're the chart whisperer, bro. I think I need to order a crystal ball from Amazon. We joked about it before when I was in the studio in Canada. Might be interesting to do that. I longed while you were sleeping. It was my best scalp I've ever had. Absolutely amazing, my man. And I hope on that trade you took profits, protected your position. That's how you do it. You can play the longs, guys. It's possible. But on the higher time frame, nothing here suggests to me that we're going to immediately just pop. Yo, Matt, how's it going? Nibbles is back. Joined your group today from Bluffin. My man, Nibbles from Ireland. Let's go. Andreas DDDDD. You asked me along at 61.4. Did I enter? No, I didn't. Who's going to win the World Cup? Guys, in my humble opinion, it's going to be... I would be willing to say Spain or France. Look, Spain, the way that they play together, the chemistry between the players and the free-flowing football, given the fact that a lot of them play on Barca, is just, it's incredible. However, in terms of squad depth and on paper, France have a ridiculous team. Like, ridiculous. That front line, like, if it can work together, absolutely ridiculous. So it's really difficult, guys. It's very, very difficult to tell. I don't think Messi's going to get a second World Cup, to be honest. But I'm very glad he got his first one. That's cemented his place. No, Canada has no chance of winning. Even though I'm Canadian and I'd love to see them do well, let's be real. Don't sleep on Japan. Japan could be a little bit of a dark horse. Belgium, I really liked the Belgium team of the past, and I still have this feeling that they didn't use the players that they had. Getting a little bit of a bounce here. But again, it could simply be something like this, where you get that bounce and then you just roll over again. I'm calling it here, guys. I think that today we're going to be seeing sub 60K. I think so. I'll give it a 52% chance. Grigor, I joined the stream from my car while driving. What a legend. Grigor, my man. Have the Illuminati ever tried to contact you? No, they have not. And let's keep it that way. What are you planning to spend the profit on this summer? I might... Look, I've been so... You know, you get those I'm sure you guys have heard of it. These guys that have money and they basically just dress very plainly and simply with like a t-shirt and stuff. I think it's time that I have at least some kind of nice suit, which sounds crazy to say. You guys probably don't give a crap about that, but it's wedding season. I think I could get myself a nice suit, um, probably a watch, but again, you guys see how I'm dressed. It's very I'm wearing this is a Uniqlo t-shirt. Like it's like this these things don't matter, but I'll see. Likely gonna experience some fun stuff this summer. I use money as a way to buy back my time, guys. It's all about convenience. Convenience, convenience, convenience. What do you mean, bro? That perm is Illuminati? Guys, this isn't a perm. This is natural hair. My mom has curly hair. Man, I'm gonna buy a boat. Oof, that could be nice. Yeah, so that's something else I probably need to be better at. Sneaker MZP is correct. He says, I respect this channel. I don't own any Bitcoin, but I just know that there are people out there that lose money on Bitcoin dips. So when you guys act all excited about drops, just remember the other guys. Fair, fair. And I don't mean to show off or do anything like that, but at the end of the day, the amount of bullshit that I got my way because when Bitcoin was at 80K and I was telling you guys that I was bearish is just unbelievable. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if you can't take it, don't give it. Have I been wrong before and will I be wrong again? Yes, absolutely. But guys, I got a lot of shit for being bearish, a lot. And so not that I should be doing victory laps, but you get the point. It's annoying how I'm supposed to be this perfect person that I can't complain when I get shat on. So here I am. I am a real person and I have real emotions. And it's fun. On that note, I got an email the other day saying, "Hey man, are you AI?" And I was like, "What? How could I be AI?" Anyways, bro, you never got any shit from me. Yeah, I know, my man. L is for losers. Purchase media. I'm thinking of starting a crypto YouTube channel during the bear market and hope my consistency pays off in the next bull run. Yeah, get started, my man. Get started. Look, it's the most rewarding part of this is that I can actually have an impact, a positive impact. I've been burned so many times in crypto, and this is one of the many reasons why I have the channel and I'm doing what I'm doing, because I want to hopefully guide you guys and help you through the bear market and through the next bull market. So there's a lot of bad actors in the space, and I'm trying to do my best to combat that. But it is rewarding, purchase media. If you want to start a channel, do it, but you have to be consistent, especially in this kind of market, guys. If you're trying to grow a channel and you're not active and you're only posting once a week, unless you're an absolute genius and you're posting 1 hour long segments that are not time sensitive, good luck. It's hard, guys. It's hard to grow. Even with these long live streams, I stream for, last time I streamed for 7 hours, I gained 50 subscribers. 50. It's like, but the reason why YouTube is so good is because the subscribers themselves, so you guys that are watching, are actually real, and we get to discuss things with each other on the live stream. It isn't just like a bot that sees a viral TikTok or a viral short form piece of content. So it does feel more impactful. When you get 50, I would say 50 subs on YouTube is the equivalent of 500 followers. Yeah, Shah, if it's lagging, just refresh, my man. So 33 Ethereum. Sorry, guys, I made a ding in our P&L, lost 3K. Come on, my man. You're not helping us in the trading competition. Shit, man. Jason Casper here is coming for us. Or wait, no. That's not Jason Casper. It's someone else. I think Jason Casper's group is here. Shit. This guy's blowing up. There's 20. Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? Guys, there's so many of us competing and working together to win this prize. And this group has 25 members. These guys must be all gazillionaires if they're already climbing up like that. What the heck? That's insane. Damn, man. What? 25 members. Guys, let's not let this get away from us. We have to try to remain in the top 3, but ideally we win this competition. Big boy wallets for 25. Yeah, it's crazy. How is hype doing? Woof! Hype is down. Wow. That's a very... I'm reading some of the comments, guys, and some of you have a dangerous mentality. I'm going to read this out loud just so everyone gets a glimpse of what I'm seeing here. Matt, I want to turn 10K into $1 million using futures trading. Will you help us in your premium group get as close as possible with very limited capital? That is probably one of the most dangerous mentalities I've ever seen. $10,000 into $1 million with futures trading, that takes a very long time. I'm keeping it real. I don't want to sell you guys a pipe dream that you can just do that very quickly without good risk management. That is an absolute catastrophe of a comment. I'm sorry, man. Guys, I don't know what to say to that. That's not, you can't do that with proper risk management quickly. You can do it, but it will take a long time. 10K to 1 mil. I've actually considered, and guys, let me know if you want me to do this. I think it could be fun. I've considered doing a 100K to 1 mil challenge. So like a 10X challenge within my group as well. So if that sounds interesting, let me know. And if you want to see me do that live as well, if you haven't already, make sure to join my group because it is free. I'm thinking of doing that. I've toyed around with the idea before, but I'm just, with the content and with what I'm doing now, I'm pretty chill. It could be interesting. Yeah, guys, I'm not sorry, I don't do copy trading. I don't believe in that. I believe in people making their own decisions, and I don't think that copy trading is a good way to educate you on how I've been trading this market. I I'm not comfortable with copy trading. 100K to 1 mil is very doable. I completely agree. I completely agree with that. Will oil go higher? I think oil will remain structurally elevated for most of this year. Guys, Trump yesterday said that the blockade of Iran might be lifted by Labor Day. That's far. That's far. We're in for an interesting summer, to say the least. We're doing a like check. We're at 141 likes. Let me refresh. We should be smashing this. We should be smashing this. Let's get to 200 likes within the next 10 minutes. I think it's possible. Can I follow you on this challenge and try to do 20K to 200K? BS. Surviving with Irish. BS. I do get concerned with these kinds of challenges because people, that's the thing, people get overly aggressive. And then if I, for example, the hard part is if I lose a challenge like that. So let's say I lose $100,000 on a challenge like that. It has no tangible impact on my life. However, if people are trying to copy me and see how that challenge goes, let's say I lose, I'm worried that people will take all of their life savings and do it. And then what? Then I'm responsible for that. So I'm not, that's why I've said I've been toying with the idea. I need to decide whether or not it makes sense, really. Marathon stream today. Yeah, guys, as I said at the beginning, I think we're in for a good stream today. We've already been at it for an hour. Time flies when I get to spend it with you guys. Sesh Monkey, but why don't you try to do it with the trades you're already doing? I mean, I can, and the reality is, I shouldn't say this on camera. The reality is, if people copied all of my trades that I took, let's just take it from when I started the group, the total profitability is way in the green. The issue with the way that the group functions, though, is because I share my own trades and my overall market analysis. When I lose, sometimes I'll lose 10K, 20K. I've lost 60K before. But when I take my big swings, they tend to work out way more often than they don't. And so even with a potential lower win rate percentage, it doesn't matter because the swings greatly outweigh any losses that I take along the way. And the reason why that's an issue is because if someone just pops in and goes all into a trade, then it severely harms their portfolio. Meanwhile, it doesn't have that much of an impact on mine. So it's tricky running the group in the way that I'm doing it. That's why I've always been saying, guys, I'm sharing my own personal trades, and you can use that information and do what you want with it. I have a lot of members in the group that have used my analysis to short other altcoins, for example, and they've made so much money on the way down. The most profitable traders within my community are the ones that can take my analysis and match it with their own, see if it makes sense. And yeah, nothing in life is a free ride. Okay. Better not to do it. People are too childish. They will 100% blame you. That's the thing. I already saw the comments when I was telling people at 75K that I think Bitcoin will dump and we pumped up to above 80K. The comments I was getting was just horrible. And that's a big issue with this crypto industry. Everyone wants now. They don't have any patience. And that's a huge issue when it comes to trading as well. So it's tricky. It's all non-financial advice, mate. It's not on you. I know. I try to tell myself that, but if someone does something stupid with their own money and then they blame me, and it happens, then I'm kind of like, it makes me question, why am I even doing this? Why am I even sharing my trades? Why am I even sharing my market analysis? But I do it for the good people out there. I've made more money using your analysis to short long alts than to copy most of your Bitcoin trades. Sesh Monkey, I absolutely love that. Awesome. Yeah, I do my best to not focus on the negative. You can always make it a competition where everyone is competing against each other, including yourself. You can share your trades so the audience have an edge. Thoughts on Lux Algo? I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Hi, Matt. Do you think we can get a bounce to 70K before continuing low? I actually think we could see Bitcoin hit 70K again, but I think we're going to take out the lows first, and it would occur after whatever bounce on the low materializes this summer. So there's a chance that we see Bitcoin again back above 70K this summer. But if it wasn't already clear, the top is in my opinion. To me personally, that is priceless because it is very technical and you can overthink it. You've stripped it back and made it simple. Exactly. Trust me, those of us who understand your point of view will never blame you for something that is not your fault. Guys, you're very kind. Thank you. I appreciate it. Someone's asking me, add to shorts when? Can you guess my response? I'm comfy in my shorts and I don't feel the need to add. If we get a probably up here, given how this trend has been, it's tricky price action because when you're just nuking, it is irresponsible to say, hey, go short now. And you very rarely get an opportunity to add to the short. And then the moment you add to the short, we start pumping a few $1,000s. So it's very, very difficult. And that's what I shared in my previous video, guys. That's why when Bitcoin was pumping and part of my short was actually underwater a little bit after taking profits on the way down and adding to my position, I just remained calm and said, guys, I mean, nothing has really changed. And it made sense for me to hold it simply because my expectation was that when we dump, we were going to dump hard. Bitcoin is now over 20,000. Hear this. Bitcoin is now $20,000 lower than the local top. Do you see how fast that happened? Welcome to the Bitcoin bear market. We are 20K lower, over 20K lower. The local top was $82,800. Pretty insane if you ask me. We're already down $20,000. Vika, you've been spot on with your analysis and we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sometimes it's hard to stand firm when you get shot on, but hey. By the way, June 2022, Bitcoin dropped 37%. So where would that put Bitcoin? Call it the low 50s, my friends. I'm calling it now. What do you think? I've said this 3 times so far on the stream. What do you guys think? Are we going to see Bitcoin go below $60,000 on today's live stream? Keep in mind, I plan to do this live stream for a minimum of 5 hours. So we still got at least 4 more hours here. Do you think that today we will see Bitcoin below $60,000? Let me know in the chat. I'll do a poll right now. Just a simple yes or no. I think we're going to see it, to be honest. Basically, it just needs to drop another almost 4%. I think we're going to see it, guys. I really do. Watch it happen now. It's just, we're in a downtrend, right? Shorts are absolutely printing. I think yeah, Martin, Roblox, Bitcoin, I actually agree. I think we might see some panic selling in the US session today. What are 4% amongst friends? Yeah, if stocks dump, it's game over, guys. Game over. Yeah, we checked the liquidation map. There is a lot more shorting interest in this market compared to longs. But when we're in this kind of structural downtrend and it's non-stop, it doesn't mean that we have to squeeze to the upside. I don't know if I can give you guys Tasso99. I don't know if I can give you a real price target for Bitcoin end of year, but my guess is that the bottom for Bitcoin will be in before the end of the year. Thank you, Surviving with Irish. Blaming Bitcoin on a 32 Bitcoin sale is the easiest, stupidest cope I've seen in my life. Are crypto traders really this stupid? Honestly, man, David, I would tend to agree with you. It's obscene. You know, people are saying, oh, sailors sold Bitcoin, that's why we're dumping. Or the US-Iran war, that's why we're dumping. Or Tom Lee, whatever the hell he's doing with his Ethereum purchases, that's why we're dumping. These narratives come after the price dumps. Is there any significance to Saylor selling some Bitcoin? In my opinion, yes, because investors will lose confidence in him. So I do think that it can spiral downwards, similar to what we saw with FTX. However, is it the reason why we're dumping now and likely going to go below sub $60,000? No. We were always going to do this because we saw that we had a bear market rally, and as we've been discussing on the channel since October of 2025, bear market relief rallies are for swing shorting opportunities. That's it. End of discussion. Every single bear market relief rally thus far has provided phenomenal swing shorting opportunities. And I've added to my positions on every single pump, and I've taken profits on the way down. I think show Pew. Is it okay to ask? May I ask why you covered ETH before but not Solana? I've actually covered Solana on the channel before, but guys, I think that this whole meme coin narrative and Solana essentially being the thing that fueled it, it's not going to bode over that well in the next cycle. I think that obviously overall we're going to get bounces from the bear market low to whatever the next bull market top is, but Solana, in my opinion, is cooked. Solana had its moment of outperformance this cycle. I think that Solana is cooked for the next cycle, to be honest. It doesn't mean you can't get a 2 to 5x from bear market low to wherever it goes. But it does mean that there's probably better areas to allocate your capital. R. Martin says we won't break 60K. Let's see. Wave 4 retrace soon. Sesh Monkey, Hype and Zcash are the new soul. Zcash has been around for a while. I would probably say that Hype could have a very good bear market low to bull market top performance. How long have you been trading? Almost a decade now, crypto trading specifically. I have a sneaky feeling we're going to see sub 60K today. But let's see. Maybe we sweep this low. Oil is dropping hard at the moment. But don't you think we hit 64K to get liquidity from the bulls? Yeah, it's possible, guys. Take a look at this. If we take a look at the liquidity heat map, I mean, 30-day time frame. Look at that. There's so many people shorting now. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens with stocks. Pierre, I have no idea what night is. ADA, I don't think ADA is going to perform well. Guys, we have, like, this is not good news. Cardano founder Charles Hoskinson says he's taking a break. Not good. Price action is diabolical. ADA is an altcoin. Altcoins are not. Can I use Bitcoin as collateral on bluffin trading? Yes, you can. Pretty sure you can do that. What funding rates are highly positive while you said people are shorting? No. So last night, I don't know if you're in my group, Ada Love, but last night I said I was looking for a potential Bitcoin long, but the funding rate was interestingly positive, meaning that the longs were paying the shorts, meaning that there was overall more long interest in the market, even though the liquidity to the upside was clearly there. Now the funding rate is slightly negative, but it's still pretty flat. It's interesting. Every single time that I'm on a live stream, someone asks me about XRP, and every single time I give the same answer. I don't know how they've managed to convince so many people to be bullish on XRP long term. I think XRP is a shit coin. I'm sorry if it's not what you want to hear, but I'm making my content in a way where I can be truthful to you. I think that ultimately there's way better places to put your money than in XRP. I think it's a shitcoin. Doesn't mean it can't pump, but it's a centralized shitcoin in my opinion. Sesh Monkey, can you add $22,000 to your realized P&L so I don't lose my mind looking at that number? Do I do it, guys? Do I take another 22K profits from my short? Let me know in the comments down below. I'll do it. Last time I took your advice when Bitcoin was dumping, I took some profits at 63K and then not yet. Yes. Making an even 400K. Go ahead. Does not matter at all. No, don't. We're getting mixed answers here. Yes, yes. Yesterday you said tomorrow. Don't listen to your noob viewers. That's wait for New York Open. Surviving with Irish. Yeah, you know what? I agree with surviving with Irish. I think that we could be seeing at least a sweep of the lows today. So I'll do it if we get a sweep of these lows at 61.3, and more aggressively if we drop below 60. That's what I'll do. So I'll wait it out a little bit. How are we doing on likes? 210. 210. I do always take profits, guys. You hear that from me. I always take profits. Like I've secured almost 400 on this trade. We'll make it 400 today, hopefully, and we're up around 200K. Guys, this trade, my Bitcoin short, when we had the Clarity Act pump, and any other new trades are shared for free in my group if you want to join. You just have to DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It is a free group because you're trading with your own money. So typically I'd recommend you sign up with Bluffin, trade on there, and we have other options if Bluffin isn't available to you. Someone asked about Mika earlier, and I don't think I have much input there, to be honest. Lab is the new rave. What is this nonsense? Oh my gosh. This looks like a bundled scam. Holy moly. So 4-hour candle for Bitcoin is ugly. This is what I'm saying. You know, I was on the 15-minute time frame. Zoom out, guys. I think that we're coming down over the course of this live stream, of course. So let's see. It's a slow and painful process. Stocks, crypto, oil, everything's dumping. Where's the capital going? Actually, my friend, the dollar has been looking very interesting, and this is in line with our expectations. Structurally, the dollar looks like it's forming a bottom. This takes, look guys, we're looking at the dollar. It takes a long time for these things to play out, but structurally, it looks pretty good for some continuation here. And that also ties into what I've been talking about with stablecoins. This is literally the most bullish chart in crypto right now. Stablecoin dominance, USDT plus USDC dominance. Look at this, guys. This is not good for crypto. Ooh. And it's clear that we're gonna break this, in my opinion. Darren Mitchell, I saw your comment. I don't know why it got removed, but I said you're in the bluffing competition. Nice, man. New to your stream, already liking your work. You got a sub. Thank you, Trade for Cast. Thank you for tuning in, and I hope I can provide you the value in the crypto market that you're looking for. Cryzonia, if you sold all your Bitcoin, would it impact the price at all? I know you guys think that I'm just this rich guy, but there are so many people in the world that are far wealthier than I am. And no, if I market dumped all the Bitcoin that I own, it would not have any significant impact on the market. We'll just leave it we'll leave it at that. Yeah, maybe you'd see something on the 1 minute chart, but I don't know, guys. Do you think Aster has similar potential like Hype, Trade for Cast? No, I don't. I think Aster is a shitcoin. Can it get a bit of a run up on a narrative push? Maybe, but no, I don't think you can compare the two, to be honest. Bro, people don't understand real wealth. You're comfortable and grounded. Yeah, I mean, I am pretty comfortable, I must say, but it's also about being like when you start making money, it's also about being smart about how it's spent, right? Thoughts on Pudgy Penguin? Maybe it can do okay in the next cycle, but again, you guys are asking, you're asking the guy that's been notoriously bearish on altcoins what his thoughts are on altcoins. How about Meme Core? Do you think this altcoin has potential to go higher like Monero? No, I don't. I don't even have to look at the chart. The coin is called Meme Core. Your nickname is Sailor Jr. Not even close. Guys, he's not rich. He's just comfy in his shorts. Exactly. Just comfy in my shorts. Just a guy on the internet, comfy in his shorts. I thought you said Binance had so much capital behind it and money can do, and BNB is behind Aster, so how come? Well, BNB is always an interesting one because it's in everyone at Binance's interest for it to succeed and continue to do okay relative to the rest of the crypto market. But Aster, did they come out and say that it's their product? I know they have some backing, but it's not like... All I'm trying to say is a rally in Aster would not be sustainable, in my opinion. I think it would be manipulation, trying to remove some narrative from hype. Those are my thoughts. And it's not a shit coin that I'm really looking to purchase. Will I trade it with leverage? Maybe. But there's very few coins in the market that I hold spot. Is there a way to join your private group without using Bluffin? Absolutely, guys. If you want to join my group, where I share all of my trades and my overall market analysis for free, you can use any of these exchanges in the description down below. So you just scroll down, you click here, more, and then you can sign up to any of these and deposit. Just check which one works for you, and any of these work, you're able to join my group. Thank you, guy on the internet, for sharing your experience and thoughts with others. I love your weighted approach. Very, very valuable. Mike W4071. Thank you for tuning in, and I'm glad that you find my approach to the market valuable. Wow, 70% of people are saying that price will drop below 6K. Matt has taught me to be a contrarian trader. I'm going long, boys. Maybe. W reversal. Never seen a guy who is sitting still drinking this much water. Guys, I am an athlete. I drink a lot of water. I probably drink, I would say between 3 and probably 4 liters a day. And it's not difficult for me to do so. Like, it feels natural. I'm thirsty. I also drink a good amount of coffee, so that dehydrates you, right? Sir, I don't know liters. What do you know? 4 liters of water. If you could see, what do you want it converted to? To ounces? 135 ounces. Zero, you should have stayed in your Tau short. It nuked pretty hard. I mean, I made 160K on that trade. I'm okay. It's fine. I'm making up for it. Brother, now should I buy or sell right now? Brother, you can't ask a question like that. How am I meant to? How often do you need to go to the toilet? I would be there 8 hours a day if I drank 4 liters. You kind of get used to it, right? The strategy is that as you get closer to when you go to sleep, you drink less and less water. Earlier in the day, I drink even more. I would imagine that on stream, I'll probably drink 1.5 of these. And I'm going to go grab a caffeinated beverage shortly. But we've been at it for 1.5 hours, and yeah, I'm probably going to go to the washroom. What Bugatti have you got? I do not have a Bugatti, guys. US market open is in 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. Matt, is sub 38K realistic? It's actually possible. There's a lot of research saying that you drink a lot of water in the morning and it makes you more awake. So what you do in the morning usually is you want to make sure to have some electrolytes. So a little bit of pinch of salt in your water goes a long way to hydrating you. I have these electrolyte packets that I put in basically like half of these. So basically like a liter. I drink basically right when I wake up. So, and it's worked for me. I am so looking forward to being bullish, Legends. Like, I cannot wait for everyone to like really give up, really give up. And then I'm very vocal on the channel as I was bearish, bullish, saying, guys, I'm going long, I'm taking swing longs, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And again, that's gonna be lovely because it's gonna be a contrarian thing to say and do. And it should be fun. It should be a fun ride back up. Surviving with Irish, exactly. It's sea salt, but I have electrolyte packets. Mardell7531 says there is zero upside reaction from the recent low. Wow, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, I know I'm on the 15-minute chart, but we zoom out here. Look at that. What on earth is this price action? We got a bounce yesterday, and we just rolled over again. This is what I'm saying. It's quite hideous. It's quite hideous price action. So let's see. Trade forecast. Can you talk about what you see in the next 2-hour Bitcoin price action? I don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 hours. I think people think that I'm a fortune teller. Guys, I have no clue what's going to happen in the next 2 hours. At the start of the stream, I said I think there's a high probability that we could sweep the lows and go below $60,000. And I'm hoping that if we do that, I'm on the stream and it doesn't happen when I go to sleep at night. But I think it's possible. I think it's possible that At the bare minimum, we tag these lows, 61.3. Could be interesting for a little bit of a double bottom. So I might look, there's a chance here that I look for a sweep and a reclaim of this level. But I am highly interested in this as I continue to maintain my shorts in this market. Nico Soupy, Matt, how are you, bro? I can't complain. Life is great. Bulls must be out of cash by now, so they can only sell. Crystal ball. Look at the 4-hour wick from yesterday. Fools. Krypton Dawn says that everyone is a fool. Yeah, look at the wick over here, my friend. Pop, chop, 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 chop. Can't even claim these highs and just drop. We're in a bear market, my friend. So higher time frame structure remains bearish, even if I'm looking for longs in this market. Best thing to do in crypto is following you. Thank you again for your support. I appreciate it. Imagine the whole live stream we just chop, and I'm sitting here for 5+ hours watching the chop. Why would you sell at 60 to 62K? Makes no sense. Well, some people got in at lower levels than that. Maybe some people are just very, very bearish and they want to get the crap out of Bitcoin. Are you going to live in Dubai forever? Probably not. I'm just listening to death metal and I am buying spot Bitcoin today for sure. Yeah, guys, look, if you ask me if this is a good place to get Bitcoin for the very, very long term and you're a serious investor that is willing to not touch their capital for several years, yeah, it's attractive. I just think that over the course of this year, we're probably going to head lower. So for me, having accumulated in the previous bear market, I don't need to rush to get into Bitcoin. I still have some of my stack. We're pumping. Everyone has their own strategy, right? Everyone has their own spot strategy. And it's based on your own financial situation, what assets you hold, if you're in the deep green, if you're in the deep red. So it really depends. All I'm saying is don't try to time the bear market bottom, because if you miss it, you're gonna be disappointed. I'm happy to buy. What I'm getting at is I'm happy to buy literally within a $30,000 range, which sounds crazy, but I am. And the lower we go, the more that I buy. Jim Heller, I made 105K yesterday shorting Bitcoin, looking to long the double bottom today. Jim Heller, my man, join my community if you haven't already, because it sounds like you're trading with a good amount of capital, and I can add you to my priority folder as well if you are interested. It is free. What a legend. 100K in a day? Nice, man. The job reports have been crashing the markets all week. It's not because of the job reports that we're crashing. Your conviction about where the market is heading always fights with the floating P&L of your portfolio. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. This Bitcoin short, even though I've realized this, at one point this was in negatives, because I added to my position at like 75, 76K. And then I entered a new one on weeks as well. So I do trade on other exchanges. Andy Beauclair, what up, doggy? Looking for a bounce. Yep, I am actually, but I would like to see a sweep lower. Guys, all the trades that you're seeing here, if you want to join my community, it is completely free. You just have to DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It's where I share all of my trades and my overall market analysis. I'll share it in the chat right now. If you want to join, you're trading with your own money. When will be the moment that you fully close your short? That's a good question. It's tough because having entered at around 100K, taking aggressive profits all the way down to 63K, and now looking to break the 60K low again, likely in the 50s. But I will probably always leave a little bit of the position open in case we go into the 40s and maybe even below then. So probably mid 40s would be like my final, all right, closing the thing fully, if we are to even reach there. But stop loss at break even. No stress on this trade. This was shared within my group as well, guys. I would like a trade today. I would like to see if we can get a trade on the stream today. Because a lot of the trades that I took, I think earlier this week we took a trade on the stream. I made about $1,000, but then the rest of the position got stopped out at break even. Still a profitable trade, but on the streams I do smaller trades. But let's see what we can get. Again, I share this in my group. I am in no rush, really. I'm kind of just chilling in the shorts. 259 likes. Let's bump it up to 300 legends. We've been at it for almost 2 hours. Let's do this. We got this. Little bit of pumpage here for Bitcoin. Guys, Salvador Perez, who's been notoriously bullish on the stream, is now worried is now worried that maybe Bitcoin goes lower on the weekend. Let's see. We're getting a bit of a pump here. We're getting a bit of a pump. For me, Bitcoin long does not make sense until I see a spike in Bitcoin historic volatility. Right now, it is chilling at the bottom. Fair. Jean de Machine, 500 views. Let's long the like button. Guys, let's long the like button. Let's long the like button. Finally, we're getting some interesting price action. The question is, does it just... Badu Hani El Maz 6377. I hop on short and it pumps. Guys, this is not the area to short. If you haven't already been shorts, we've been shorting since the 80K zone, since the 100K zone. You don't short when you get a wick like this, even though we can retrace. Let's be real. Let's be real. You can't don't short the bottom, the potential local bottom. So my thoughts on Bitcoin's next cycle. It's an interesting question, but I think like this cycle, just to give you guys a recap, my estimation was that Bitcoin was going to hit somewhere between $130,000 and $160,000. We hit 126, so we didn't even make it into like the lower level of my target. I think that this time around, we're probably looking at, I don't know, somewhere between, I'll give an even bigger range, 160 to 200. But remember, it's diminishing drawdowns, but it's also diminishing returns. So, you know, the bigger the asset class gets, the more money needs to pour, the more money is required to pour into it so we can actually get to higher valuations. Thank you, Krypton Dawn, for covering for me, because some people have some pretty silly comments. Didn't you say you were going to 50K? Who's like... I like to think that I'm pretty clear in the way that I speak, but clearly not. Jim Heller, looking like that double bottom exists, huh? Let's see. Guys, if you want my next trade, you know where to find me. It's completely free. If you're already trading crypto, very, very easy to join. I just shared it in the group. Surviving with Irish, thanks, mate. Thank you. Would you ever consider teaching your trading strategy? I know you share your trades, but just curious if you have any interest in making a course. Thanks for all you do. This is Judy Nanny 7554. Yes. So I've considered doing some more educational pieces of content and putting together some form of course. So yeah, I have considered. That's my answer effectively. If stocks dump at New York, Bitcoin will dump hard. I agree. You can surviving with Irish, you can lead a horse to water. 100%. I love that saying because it's exemplified in my trading group. Members that already have some knowledge of trading and they can see if my analysis matches with their own and make their own decisions in this market are the most profitable traders in my group. But members that just try to blindly copy and then they don't have good risk management are the ones that end up getting wrecked. That's how it works, right? You have to remember that at the end of the day, I am not the one clicking buttons for you. I'm sharing with you what I'm personally doing in the market, and you should be able to see my analysis as something you can try to either match with your own or disagree. And yeah, everyone wants a free ride. That's unfortunate, but it's just the way the world works. And there are no free rides in life. I can do my best to share with you what I'm personally doing, and you have to make your own trading decisions. Crypto King 726. I forgot how dumb most traders are. That's like, hey, you should be thankful for that because you're trading against them. Ganesh, very true. Sailor, guys, Michael Saylor is. Every time Saylor said, volatility creates opportunity if Bitcoin dumped at least 20% more. He just said it an hour ago. Oh man, that's dangerous. Saylor is currently down $10.5 billion on his total Bitcoin position. This time, in fact, it's not different. Where did he say it though? Darren Mitchell, my man. Um, yeah, Tom Lee also launched his own stretch product, which is just insane. Because Tom Lee is arguably worse because he's invested more. Saylor's invested 63 billion, Tom Lee's invested 18 billion, and they're both down around 10 billion. Unbelievable. Go Bitcoin, pump, 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 pump. I think we could use some relief, but I also think that if the US session opens up poorly, and we could see some continued selling pressure and downside for Bitcoin. Marco, no bluffing in NYC. I don't know if it works there, but if you can't use it, use some of these other ones. We got 2-bit, Weeks, BTCC, solid options. Mohammed Khalaf, nervous? Why am I nervous? What? Someone get this guy out of here. Guys, there is a lot of liquidity to the upside. Yeah, I know some people use VPNs as well. I don't advocate for it. I've personally done it before, but I'm not allowed to promote it in that way. But some people do. Have you ever used the VWAP and 200 estimate in smaller time frame? It can be used as a strat. Looks like you need a mod or two. No, I don't really use it on the smaller time frames. I really do prefer the higher time frames, but I don't doubt that it can provide a reaction from around those zones. I live in the US. I can't bluff in. Wondering what the best option is to go for. I want to join your Telegram. So if you guys want to join my Telegram and you can't use bluffin, there's other options down below. We have weeks, which guys, I'm trading on weeks too. You can see that my Bitcoin short on weeks net, I'm sitting at around $50,000 in profit. But I also have BTCC and I also have 2bit. So really depends on where you want to trade. I would just check to see which ones work for you. Play around with them. And then once you've signed up, deposit and you start trading on there, you can join my group for free using the first link in the description down below. You click this link and then you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. It's where I share all of my own updates and my overall market analysis. Oops. Just shared it in the chat here. Did you go to Crypto Vegas? Nah, I didn't. What's your thoughts on Sema Jerry? What's your thoughts on non KYC exchanges? Look, it's totally up to you which ones you use. I have personally traded with hundreds of thousands of dollars on non KYC exchanges, no issues whatsoever. When I started getting into the millions, that's when I personally felt more comfortable doing KYC. So like my account on Bluffin is fully KYC'd because the thing is, they add a little bit more restrictions. So I think the restriction, if you're non-KYC, is on a daily basis you can withdraw. I think it's the equivalent of $20,000. But if you are KYC, on a daily basis you can withdraw $1 million. So it's a pretty big gap, depending on what kind of trader you are. But yeah, and each exchanges have their own rules and conditions. So you'll just have to look into that to see what makes most sense for you. Metal Helion Zomi. Matt, appreciate these live streams. It brings like minds together. Much love, my boy. Yeah, man, it's awesome. I like it too. We're in the depths of the bear market. Most people are not paying attention to crypto, but here we are with around 500 people watching. It's great to connect with everyone, and it's made my content production more enjoyable because I can go back and forth with you. I can connect with you. I can answer some questions, some concerns. And some of you guys ask some really great questions, which I think is helpful for everyone. So now Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a move to the upside here. Julio Castro, I live in US and Bluffin works great for me. Worst case, use a VPN. Cool. Mohammed Khalaf, water. Mohammed Khalaf, you're a strange guy. Love the beat in the background, Zia Talks. Thank you. I've been working hard to improve my background music. It's tough because you got to find non-copyright music, otherwise the stream gets blocked. Double bottom, the hour past the SMA 500, classic short squeeze before further dump. I tend to agree. I am long now, do have a take profit. So you longed at 62.5. If I was long there, call it here, I would probably already protect my position, and my first TP would be here, 64.7. And if we surpass around 64, I would probably already shave 25% profits. Actually, if it's a scalp, depending on what kind of trade you're going for, I would probably already take profits on that. Not financial advice, of course, if I was long. And position should be protected. With like second TP up to 64.73. See if we can get a squeeze here. Hey, Sam Nile, sorry, I saw your question before, but I just didn't get to it. You're asking about meme coins in the next cycle. Look, what I will say with meme coins is be smart about it. The issue with this cycle that I noticed is everyone seemed to be in a rush to get rich, and no one held Bitcoin. So while I was on the channel talking about Bitcoin day in, day out, people were just flabbergasted with how poorly altcoins performed as a whole against Bitcoin. And it seems like the rule of having most of your portfolio in Bitcoin is a lost one. Most people think that, oh, Bitcoin is too expensive. But the thing is, Bitcoin in a bull market gives you most of the upside and it minimizes your downside risk. So yes, you can go ahead and chase those 10x, 100x gains in meme coins and stuff like that, but it should only be with like 5 to 10% of your total spot portfolio. In my opinion, of course, that's what I advocate for. I would like Bitcoin to actually move up here, grab some upside liquidity, creating a more healthy dump. But let's see what happens. US market opens in approximately 40 minutes from now. And guys, if you're looking to trade the markets, you know where to find me. It's free. I have a group on Telegram. On that note, guys, please be careful with Telegram, because I know that now that my channel is getting a little bit bigger, there are some impersonators and there are some scammers. Someone messaged me saying, hey man, I sent you your money. When can I join? Guys, my group is completely free. The way that it works with my group is you're trading with your own money. So yes, you make a deposit onto an exchange and the exchanges are all down below. So you click this link, sign up. You know how to deposit crypto. I don't need to tell you guys how to do that. But once it's confirmed, you share your UID on Telegram, which is very easy to find. It's above in your settings. You go up here, see this UID, that's mine. So and I have no issue sharing it because it's not like classified. It doesn't do anything. It just allows me to confirm that yes, you signed up with my referral link. But I will never ask you to send me money. Please be careful, guys. You're not sending me money. You're depositing money on your own account to trade with. It's not going to me. So please be careful with that, because as the channel continues to grow, it's probably going to get worse, I would imagine, with impersonators and some people. What they'll do is they'll buy followers to make it seem more legit on Telegram. So please, 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 please be careful. Don't fall for scams. All right, quick washroom break. We've been at it for just over 2 hours. Give me one minute, 2 minutes. We're back. Mohammed Khalaf is bullish. Cheers. Yaz Shah, can we get to 1K likes today? Guys, I don't know. I've never gotten remotely close to 1,000 likes on the channel. Right now we're sitting at around 329. So I guess maybe we can. If we get really dumpy price action or pumpy price action, maybe more people tune into the stream. But I would love it if we can get to 1K. That would be absolutely amazing. Maybe if we sweep the 60K lows, we'll get to 1K. Smash the like button if you haven't already, legends. We're going to be here for quite some time. "45 minutes until the stock market opens." Got some longs entering here. We have some longs that entered right below. I wonder if the ETFs is going to be another massive sell-off day. Mohammed Khalaf, New York will hit 66K today. I'll remind you later on. Go for it, man. If Sophie crashes, adding to the pot, for real, for real. You move the market as market maker? Do you guys think I'm a market maker? I don't know a single market maker that live streams for 5 to 7 hours. That would be some interesting market maker. Tiago Costa, everything playing exactly like you predicted. Can you show your crystal ball? Are you Illuminati? No, I am not. I just don't think it makes sense to fade the historical patterns of Bitcoin. That's it. I think Michael Saylor could be the reason why Bitcoin drops further. But right now, guys, we're getting close to that TP for this position. I don't remember who entered it. It's looking a little bit more constructive on the lower time frames. Drew Baldwin, I used to hate your bear takes. My man, a lot of people still hate my bear takes. I promise, though, I will become a bull. I will. I will be so bullish, it will be unbearable. You guys are going to say, what on earth happened to him? Why is he so bullish? But for now, it's just not the time. It's just not the time. Explain to me why Bitcoin needs Sailor. It doesn't. In fact, if Sailor was no longer involved with Bitcoin, I think that we would still thrive as an asset class. Um, we don't need Michael Saylor. He's not necessary whatsoever. When do you add to your shorts? I got in with very small size. I have to be honest, my friends. I am unlikely to add to my shorts unless we get a significant move to the upside. Are you going long? Not unless we see a sweep of 61.3, which was the low from yesterday, or a sweep of the actual recent lows right below 60K. So for me, I'm just sitting on my hands. But if we get the opportunity, I will take a live trade. Is Tom Lee an idiot? I'll let you guys decide that one. I went over in another live stream, right? And this guy has been getting paid millions and millions of dollars to run this whole investment company with ETH. He's getting paid so much to do what he's doing, and he's currently down $10 billion. So, something to consider. This is why I like the live streams too. You know, it makes trading and looking at the markets more entertaining when sometimes you guys leave comments like that. It's fun. It just because I read it so seriously, you're so locked into the charts and then the comments, and it's like, is Tom Lee an idiot? Randy Rhodes, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. That I agree with. I just think that he deployed his capital foolishly. Foolishly. He should have deployed way more into this year, bear market lows, not buying the Pico top with billions and claiming it's going to go higher. It was very, very foolish, in my opinion. Top Blaster Tom. It's Will Anderson. Top Blaster Tom. What? Salvador Perez. You're joking, right? Salvador Perez says that Tom Lee has been right for the last 4 years. That's rage bait. It has to be. I walked willingly into the same trap as Lee. I'm so sorry, Chuck Norris. Lock in, twin. I am locked in. Nothing for me to do here. Guys, on the live streams, I know sometimes I take scalp trades, and if I see an opportunity to take a trade, I will take it. However, my real trading with my swing positions, like these massive positions, where I'm up almost 600K, it's fluctuating now. All of these bigger trades are shared in my group. So if you want to join, it's free. You can DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join. I'll send it in the chat right now. And if you haven't already, destroy that like button because we're going to go for a record today. Chest, shoulders, and some bag work. Then I'll be back, Mathieu. My man, let's spar together. J beers, chill, man. um, Liked Claymore. Thank you for the like. Do-do-do-do-do. One of my community members just said that guys, if you're trading with a lot of capital, 25K plus, I have different folders on my Telegram where I get back to your messages personally. One of my premium members that's trading with a good amount of capital, he's been very, very solid, and I wanted to show this, but on the daily, he mentioned that Zcash looks interesting for a head and shoulders, and I couldn't agree more. That actually looks pretty damn interesting. Check this out, guys. So I'm bringing this to you live. One of my members talked about this. I mean, looks pretty spot on. Good observation. Getting wiki. Roth Trader, hi Matsur, how are you doing, bro? Megatech, BTCC is USA. So I guess it works in USA, awesome. Have you met any other crypto influencers in Dubai? Yes, I have. Look, this is the place for that. There's a lot of crypto traders and influencers in Dubai. Salvador, you are starting to sound a little bit like a bot. But hey, I think you're providing us liquidity. No, I don't mean to make fun of you. I'm just playing. That's the way the market works, though. You have to have people thinking differently. If everyone just thinks the same thing and everyone's shorting, then it's just not going to work. If everyone's longing, it's just not going to work. Eventually, we get to a point, and that's what's so beautiful about markets. Global Investor 9440 is correct. There are no taxes in Dubai, right? So all of the trading profits that you see me making here, they're mine. They're mine to keep. So it is a great place to be for that perspective. Having a business in Dubai is just great. Tiago Costa 75. DM me, man. You just have to have. It's not profit, right? So the way that it works is I have 3 folders on my Telegram outside of my premium group. I have a 25K plus folder, I have a 100K plus folder, and I have a 500K plus folder. And naturally, as more and more people join, I'll probably create another one for 1 million plus. But there's only a few members that have a few million that are trading on Bluffin with me. So the way that it works is it's organized priority wise. So if you have over 25K in capital and you're trading with me on Bluffin, then I'll just add you to my folder. It's not a separate group. It just allows me to sort through and give you more individual attention. When I started my community, guys, I had I was answering everyone every single day as much as I could. However, the community has gotten too big now where I have to start prioritizing people that are trading with a little bit more capital. So I can't answer anyone. And if I go through my DMs and there's something that I see repeating itself in terms of a question about the market or something like that, then I'm happy to address it in my group so everyone gets that insight. There's always someone buying the dump. Chuck Norris, exactly correct. Andreas, hi from Antarctica, my man. I am entering a short at 64,700 for a complete ABC. Thoughts on liquidation to the upside? There's a shit ton to 80K. So I agree. There is a lot of liquidity to the upside now getting piled up. People are interested in shorts. People are worried that they missed the big drop. However, what I will say is I think that some of the short liquidity will be grabbed. But the market structure is still bearish, and the market structure always comes first. As I said, it's only around, I only really look at this 10%. But when there's this much upside liquidity, it is, in my opinion, time to potentially target it. Now, the question is, do we get a drop first before we target it? Or do we just go up and grab that upside liquidity? Because right now on the 30-day time frame, there's around 1 billion worth of cumulative long liquidation leverage, and that's if Bitcoin were to drop down to around $54,000. On the right, 15 billion, all the way up to 80K. Doesn't mean we have to go all the way up there, but what I would expect, which we've discussed in my group as well, is we can probably sweep these significant lows at around 60K. And perhaps we don't have to sweep it. Maybe we move up from here. But eventually what I think will happen is we're going to create a low in June, whether it's a lower low or a higher low, remains to be seen. Right now, my base case is that we will probably drop further, even if we get a move to the upside. But that low will effectively create a pump. And I don't think the pump will take out the highs here. But what I do think is possible is we can go again to maybe the mid 70s at some point before potentially moving lower. It's all a game of probabilities, right? It's all a game of probabilities. Yeah, Rick Tai is correct. Liquidity can get deleted anytime the price goes up or down. It is not a fixed forever thing, 100%. Like if we pump and we grab the upside liquidity, that liquidity gets deleted. Richie, mad respect for the way you structured our community. I feel like influencers that charge a monthly fee most likely make more fees than trading. Yeah, I agree with that. Look, and there's nothing wrong. I want to come out on camera and say there's nothing wrong with charging a fee for a trading community, especially if you're a good trader. It's an extra source of income. It's treated as a business. But the way that I'm doing it is I earn a tiny bit of fees if you're trading with my affiliate exchange link. It's pretty insignificant. And it's the only thing that I ask to join the group. This way, you're not charged anything because when you enter a trade, you pay fees to the exchange. The only difference is that if you've signed up with me, the exchange itself will share a tiny portion of those fees. So again, I'm happy to be fully transparent about how it works. But I actively trade the market. So that's how most of the profits are made. Most of my money is made. Do you still think 60K today, Matt? Dennis Tennis. Let's see. Let's see, man. We got a lot of time. We've been at it for 2.5 hours. I'm feeling good, feeling fresh. I have some caffeine in me. I got my eye drops. I got my blue light blocking glasses, which are extremely dirty. I got my water. I got some snacks in the fridge. I'm ready. I'm ready. Bitcoin the Phoenix. To set up a community like this, one, you need to be a real trader. Those who boost themselves but charge fees, most probably it is because they could not be profitable trading. It's possible, but again, I don't want to shit on anyone because there's some people that charge a lot, real dollars, but they are actually good traders. But I do agree that there's a lot of people that will try that route and they're not actually trading the market. I've been trading MicroStrategy for 6 years. It has been the best asset on second next to NVIDIA. Nice, man. There's some people, right, that one thing that I realized as I started my community and I started posting content online is there's a lot of people, you guys would be surprised, there's a lot of people that are allergic to shorting. They don't like, they're bullish on Bitcoin long term and therefore they never want to short. They never want to short an altcoin. It's either long or nothing. Always looking for longs, always looking for longs. But when the market structure on the higher time frames is bearish, it makes more sense to look for swing shorting opportunities. And I've been preaching this time and time again. It's the way the market should be traded, in my opinion. So while I can take some scalp longs in the bear market, my bigger positions are swing shorts. Now in the bull market, the reverse is also true. On retraces, you look for swing longing opportunities, and maybe you can take a couple scalp shorts here and there. Someone said we're falling to third on the bluffin trading competition. No! Guys, what's going on? Who is that? That's so frustrating. They came out of nowhere. We were comfortably in second. We were bouncing between second and first. And for context here, on this bluffin trading competition, there's thousands of teams. So I'm still very proud of our community and what we've been doing given the size of my channel, but what the heck? We're probably gonna end up getting to third now. Man, what on earth is happening? This guy, like at this pace, this number 3 is probably gonna get to number 1. Guys, help us remain in the top 3 and try to get that number 1 spot. If you're already trading on Bluffin or you're not and you're considering a good exchange, just join me on Bluffin, join the team. I cannot believe it. Oh, it's frustrating, man. Look how many of us joined. They have 26 members. What on earth is that? These guys must be all whales. Man. Anyways, I shared it and I shared it in the chat. And it's also the second link in the description down below if you want to join, if you're looking for to join that competition and win some rewards. The more people join, the more rewards become available. Couple of big whales. I like your trance background music. Thank you. Yaz Shah, maybe it is the Bluffin team. You know what? I have a group chat with Bluffin, and some of you might be saying, "What? What do you mean?" Guys, I have worked tirelessly to give you guys the best promotions on Bluffin. And if you're trading with a significant amount of capital, I can also get you guys reduced fees. Normally, it requires so much trading volume to get the best fees, but we've reduced it to capital. I'm gonna send a screenshot. I'm gonna send a screenshot right now on the live stream and ask the Bluffin team, who on earth is that? I'm curious. All right, I just sent it over. I'll let you guys know what they. Something is dodgy. So far, yeah. Guys, if you haven't already, make sure to absolutely destroy that like button. Let's get to 400 likes. We're going to run this live stream for several more hours. Not much here. We're getting a little bit of local resistance, but it really depends on how the stock market opens. If stocks puke, then naturally I think Bitcoin has a strong chance of taking the lows. But if stocks see a new all-time high, for example, then that could be a local low for Bitcoin. So it really is based on stocks at this point. But you can see how Bitcoin reacted the moment that stocks got a little bit of weakness. This is just, it is what it is, right? It's the price we have to pay for outperformance in a bull market. When does the ETF website update? This one, I guess you're talking about. It should be updated for June 3rd. Yeah. So it updates at the end of the business day. So yesterday we got 400 million worth of outflows. Again, from BlackRock. Pretty standard stuff. Just nothing but selling. Ba, 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 ba. Funding is negative now. Yeah, just slightly. Do you use stop loss? Do you move it to break even? So I often trade the market with invalidations. So example, a 1 hour close above this level, a 4 hour close above X level, a 1 day close, a 1 week close even. I understand it's not for everyone, but I use SSLs, which are called soft stop losses. Now, sometimes overnight, I'll put on a hard stop loss as a swing trader. And when I get really favorable price action, like this massive Bitcoin short that I took on Bluffin, which is up around 600K, I have my stop loss now at break even, which means if Bitcoin starts pumping, the worst case scenario is that I've made just under 400K on this trade. That's the worst case because I realize profits on the way down as I'm shorting. Guys, this trade as well as my other one that I took here on weeks at $81,500 when we had that Clarity Act pump, it almost seemed too obvious. These trades were shared in my group. So if you want to join, you know where to find me. And you might as well join the Bluffin competition as well if you haven't already. Sharing it here. What is the plan to trade towards the end of the bear market where we just chop around? Range trading perhaps? Yeah, probably. Probably a lot less swing trades and more range trading. If Bitcoin establishes a little bit of a range, just short the highs, long the lows, and try to make as much money as possible before a hypothetical bear market bottom. Good luck, Tiago. I was in your week's trade. I took profit already, unfortunately. Yeah, I took profit too, my man, but not all of it. I never. Here's an interesting thing, guys. I rarely fully take profits. So what I mean by this is, you could see I've realized around 31K on this trade, but unrealized is still sitting with a decent position at around 23K in profits. I much prefer continuing to take profits on the trade, moving my stop to break even, which you can see. And if I get stopped at a break even, I get stopped at a break even. Because what happens, for example, Bitcoin drops to $40,000, 45K, 50K. I want to take advantage of the potential moves on the way down. So I keep taking profits and I maintain either a moon bag if I'm longing or a grave bag if I'm shorting. Okay, Rick Ty, that's totally fine. If you already have short exposure, then yeah. Yeah, my man, that's totally fine. All right, let's see if we can sweep the lows today. Stock market opens in approximately 10 minutes. Mathieu, is 2 Bitcoins something that somebody can retire with? Look, I'm not, you guys know I'm not a perma bull, I'm not a perma bear. I try to give you guys realistic views of the market. I think that in our lifetime, we will see Bitcoin do really well over the long term. But part of it is a store of value, but the other part of it is also just because I think inflation in general is just going to continue, right? And so is it really Bitcoin getting more valuable, or is it inflation and the value of the dollar continuing to decrease. Something that we have to contend with. I think it's both. Both would be the answer. So I don't know if 2 Bitcoins is enough. The cost of living will probably be get more and more expensive. Jeremy F6000. Rand says we bottomed. Oh man. You guys know what that means. And if you're not in my Telegram community, I've been joking around about it a little bit, but it's pretty insane sometimes. It's like as long as if you do the opposite, you're good. The new music is nice. Glad you guys like it. Toying around with the music. Fubo Don is completely correct. Folks, trade what you see, not what you think. Exactly. Haitham Tohami, fake pump. Let's see. Milkman, hello pal. My man, how are you doing? It's been a while. There's a lot of new people joining, guys. So I just wanted to say my content schedule is currently looking like Monday, Tuesday live streams, Wednesday video update, because one, it gives a lot of you the 10-minute, 15-minute video update that you're hoping for, where I cover the higher time frames. Thursday live stream, Friday TBD. So I'll decide on Friday whether I want to do a live stream or a video update, and then usually I'll do one video update on the weekends. I do it in this way also because it helps me not burn out. I don't think I'm at a point yet where I've built the tolerance where I can do 5 to 7 hour live streams every single day of the week. But I think the video updates also work because some of you don't have time to do the live streams. And that's totally fine. The video updates can be less frequent because they do cover the higher time frames, and to be perfectly honest, they remain relevant for at least a few days. Hamza had a short at 81.5K and closed it because of the honeymoon. Kicking myself over it a bit. My man, it's okay. You enjoyed your honeymoon, right? There's plenty of opportunities in this market. It depends if you're a scalper, if you're a swing trader. And it's interesting you mentioned that level because that's literally where we entered short in my community at $81,500. And you can see that prices have basically dropped $20,000 since that entry. And I took this trade live on the stream as well. So pretty damn nice, if I say so myself. And if you guys want access to all of the trades that I'm sharing, whenever I come on the live streams, I'm in a trade, they're all shared in my group for free. So if you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you can join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It is free because you're trading with your own capital. 400 likes. Absolutely amazing, legends. This is a really good ratio we have going now. This is a very, very good ratio. We're currently sitting at just under 3 hours, and 400 likes is good. We could be in for a record today. It's looking very nice. I hope we can sweep the lows. Maybe we get a really good long. Because as far as shorts go, I'm not particularly interested because you guys know I'm in a massive Bitcoin short. Darren Mitchell, smash the like. Exactly. I would say I want to see either this or this. The only issue is it might require a lot of patience. So I might have two attempts here. Market open in 3 minutes. Market open in 3 minutes. I'm eagerly awaiting the market open. I'm worried to refresh the bluffing competition now. Because this group came out of nowhere, and now I feel like if I refresh it, we're already so close, guys. I think they're going to be in second. Oh, please, 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 please. No, man. Oh, my God. And they're going to... At this rate, they're going to be first. Unreal. Unreal, guys. These whales are killing it. Guys, we need to remain in the top 3. There's thousands of teams here, and... Oh, man. Sharing it here. Guys, I reached out to Bluffin to see if they could give me some insight as to who these people are, and apparently they're a really small community with some massive whales on the team. So Hefe Star, you can if you want to. I know some people do. If S&P 500 dumps, so will Bitcoin. Yep, exactly as we discussed. Market is about to open in now. The stock market is open. And right on the beat drop. So pre-market open down here. The stock market is open. Ladies and gentlemen, the stock market is open. Do we get a bounce? So this level is pretty important. 7517. Keep your eyes on this level. The reason it's important is because it coincides with a previous all-time high. So if we lose this, which I don't actually think we need to, there's a chance that we just bounce to the upside here. If we lose this, I would imagine that this will coincide with Bitcoin dropping below 60K. But if we bounce from here, Bitcoin can get a little bit of momentum to the upside. And you can see, look. So let's see what happens with stocks here. Charlie Dino, I entered a short at 63,670. I'm not sure why. Where would you look for a potential short for the bounce? Probably here, like some kind of local double top. And if not there, then up here. Keep in mind, guys, we have some liquidity to the upside. So we got this cluster at 65K. So that could be interesting too. A squeeze above 65 could be interesting. But you know the drill. I'm comfy in my shorts. Mohammed Khalaf says 66K. What do we think, guys? Are we hitting 66K today? Are we hitting $66,000 today, or is Bitcoin just going to chop around, or are we going to break the 60K low? Range for me, yeah, it's possible. We have some upside liquidity, so I would think that Bitcoin can get a little bit of a local bounce. But the other thing to consider is the selling pressure for Bitcoin specifically is just obscene. And so if we consider this, if more selling pressure continues for Bitcoin, the ETFs, like it could send Bitcoin lower. So let's see what happens here. daily candle. The urge to go long. Money Dude says the money rotation already begins. Buy volume just went bye-bye. So, in my opinion, the only reason why Bitcoin's getting a bounce is because stocks are getting a bounce. So let's see, guys. Guys, MicroStrategy are down around $10 billion after 6 years of buying Bitcoin. They are down 17%. During that same time frame, the S&P 500 is up 116%. This is why you don't get greedy. Sailor Man. $64K. Check that out. Let's look at the longs. Let's look at the longs. Are we seeing some longs jumping in? We have some on Bybit USDT. Some longs have been jumping in. We're pumping. We are pumping. Maybe Muhammad was right and we're going to hit 66K today. That would be insane. Muhammad Khalaf, bye-bye. Guys, the pump isn't sus at all. We've had nothing but downwards price action for several days. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Look how many shorts have been piling up on the 30-day, on the 90-day. There are a lot of shorts in this market. Let's just be real. So as much as I think that Bitcoin is going to break the 60K lows, it might not be today. 67. If we go all the way up to 67, we have a good pocket of liquidity. Pump it. Mariella BTC, it's time to squeeze some shorts. Perhaps it is. It makes sense, guys. We have so much liquidity to the upside. 67K? Purchase media, 60K first or 80K first? 60K is my vote. My long is printing. Nice, man. Opening market fake out. I'm telling you guys though, if stocks want to sneeze again, you can say bye-bye to Bitcoin. But now I'm annoyed that I don't have a hedge long. Gundogs Direct. Long is printing. My man. Congratulations. Randy Rhodes is bullish and says, I told you so. Guys, please remember that at my core, I am a swing trader. My shorts are doing phenomenally well. I maintain my shorts. I take profits on the way down. My base case is still the same. Bitcoin is going lower over the course of this year. However, more locally, it looks like we're getting a nice bounce. But keep your eyes on stocks, is what I will say. Look at that. I'm telling you guys, just a little blip. I'm on the 5-minute chart for stocks. If this comes down, look how easy it is for Bitcoin to create a wick. We need stocks to hold up if you want to see Bitcoin higher. We need stocks to hold up. Otherwise, this thing is going to drop. So keep your eyes on the stock market. The lower this goes, look, I'm telling you guys, they are so core. Like, to the downside, Bitcoin simply cannot handle a stock market correction. Let's see. Let's get some buying here. I have to say I'm pretty neutral at this point. I hold my shorts from higher and I'm just chilling. Matsir's commentary on Bitcoin is like sports commentary. Maybe I should change what I do. Absolute scenes here at the Bernabeu. This is the most bullish chart in crypto though. Stablecoin dominance is looking so bullish. Roth Trader says he's not trading today. And guys, that's totally fine. You don't have to trade every single day. We've talked about this on the live stream and on the channel before and within my community. Not every day needs to be a trading day. In fact, I take big swing positions and I sit on my hands for quite some time. And guys, these positions that you're seeing here, as always, they are completely free to see what I'm doing. You can join my Telegram. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of the affiliate exchange links down below, but I'll share the message here. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram if you want to see how I've been trading this market over the course of the bear market, making money on the way down so I can buy near those bear market lows. Let's see here. Let's see. We got a little pump into the market open. We need stocks to hold. Otherwise, it will not be pretty for Bitcoin. Can you show us your window view today? It's a bit foggy, like not foggy, but it's hard to see. I could see, like from my apartment, I could see Atlantis. But actually the sun's hitting me in a weird way now. One sec, let me fix that. Ah, it's fine, you guys could still see me. I'll have to flick on the lights. in an hour or two. Matt is the only YouTuber going live for this long, and it's awesome. I'm doing my best, guys. You know how hard I've been working to produce my content and share with you guys how I'm trading this market. And I realized I saw a couple of other German guys do long live streams, and I thought to myself, look, I'm trading the market, I'm analyzing the market every single day. Why not just do live streams and engage with you guys? And Roth Trader is right. I'm doing my best to get back to a lot of the comments here. That's how we build a good community. So, look, it's insane. Literally, guys, this will determine what happens to Bitcoin. That's it. I couldn't make it any simpler. If stocks lose this previous all-time high level at 7517, we're looking at a dump for Bitcoin. If we don't, Bitcoin has a lot of liquidity to the upside to be grabbed. So I'm comfy in my shorts, but we have to see how stocks perform here. Metal Helion Zombie, we appreciate everything you do. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. And it's nice because I'm starting to recognize some profiles, and some of you guys have been tuning in every time I do a live stream. So thank you very much. And if you're enjoying the content, guys, don't forget to destroy that like button. We're already at 445 likes. Maybe today is the day we get to 1,000 likes. I think that'll probably require a 10-hour live stream. But let's see. Comfy in my spot, says Reflector67. Roth Trader says he sees a roller coaster coming in the next hours. Perhaps? That would make for an entertaining live stream. You've got my 3 likes for the day. Alejandro Garcia, my man, thank you. What's your take on hype? It looks like a double top. We'll take a look at hype because I am particularly interested in this one. I mean, it already... Yeah, a little bit, but I'd be careful here. Let's see. We'll get back to this one. How are you, bro? Long time. My man, it's been a while. Hi, Matsir. I like the long stream today. Thank you. I see you getting likes faster now when you're doing a live stream. Yeah, it seems like people enjoy the live streams. It's interesting, though, because I have a lot of community members that have constantly said they prefer video updates. So my strategy now is to do regular live streams, but I have a couple of video updates a week for those of you that just want to watch the video updates, because it's very much higher time frame. Live streams, I mean, I'm on the 15-minute chart. We get to engage with each other. Do you plan to buy any alts this year? Yes, I do. And all of the alts and any portfolio movements, my trades, my spot portfolio, all of that, as always, guys, is shared in my free group. You DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to be able to join. It is free simply because you're trading with your own capital. So how it works, if you're new to the channel, is you sign up to any of these exchanges down below. You deposit the capital that you're comfortable with trading, the capital that you are comfortable trading with, and then you can join. And it's all automated. If you DM me on Telegram, you'll get all the instructions. It is free. You're trading with your own money, guys. I personally trade on Bluffin. You could see here I have a pretty big position open, and this was also shared in my group. But I have to be honest, I don't enter a gazillion different trades. I'm a swing trader. So I hold my trades, I take profits on the way down, on the way up, and I add to my position if my conviction remains exactly the same in the direction In this case, Bitcoin, we've been in a bear market, and so it made sense to continuously look for swing shorting opportunities in this market. It seems like people in crypto have been allergic to shorting. The stream you did with Mindpillar was amazing. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. We're definitely going to do that again. The live stream is cool, Cali K108. Nice. I actually watch both the stream and video updates. Nice. Yeah, the video updates are a good summary. And if you prefer video updates and you're dropping into the channel now, guys, you can just watch the one that I posted yesterday on the channel. It is titled "The Bear Market Continues," and it's higher time frame. I'm so annoyed that we're just third now. How far is fourth? Oof, Jason Casper at number 4. Getting close, guys. Do you have a posted video with a step-by-step guide on how to trade on Bluffin? Sorry guys, getting a lot of comments. Let me go through them. I do. I have a basic leverage trading tutorial on Bluffin on my channel. It's the featured video on my channel. So it's very, I have to warn you guys though, it's very, very basic, right? Actually, why am I typing my own name here? So if you go here, it should be here. Or if you type in leverage trading Bluffin CBM, it should come up. But I have to make more tutorials, guys. Bitcoin is just chopping around as we wait to see what stocks are doing. Does Bluffin have USDC? Yeah, Bluffin has USDC. So if you go on Bluffin, you should be able to see, look, they have USDTM and USDCM. So they have USD, and they also have a ton of stocks that you can trade to, oil, whatever you want, really. Do you have a stop loss on your short? Yeah, of course, man. My stop loss is currently... Actually, I think I gave an example on the live stream, and maybe I didn't... Oh, I currently don't. So let's just put that there. But to share with you guys the reason why I've just been holding this trade for a long time, guys. So I entered this short at around, you probably know by now, at around $98,000, but I've added to my position on the way down and I kept on taking profits. So yeah, now I have the stop loss. Thanks for reminding me. Hey, Bitcoin will go to 66K, I guess. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Let's see. I might consider to move some capital to Bluffin. What is a limit to get to your closed group? So Pace CHCZ. Here's the thing. I also kick people out of the group because it's only fair to keep active members. So, for example, there's a couple of people that have been trading with hundreds of thousands of dollars elsewhere, and just to join my group, they deposit the minimum, which is 500, and then they keep their account idle. I have been telling everyone in the group that, guys, you have to be active on the platform. Just make it your go-to exchange and just trade on there. And if you don't want to do that, then we have the free content here on YouTube. I'll be live streaming, I'll continue doing what I'm doing, but it's not fair to other members that are active on the platform. So if you plan to fully transfer over and make it one of your main crypto exchanges to trade on, then absolutely, you can feel free to join. Hey bro, is Bluffin safe? Aki, I don't know what you mean by safe, but I have currently just under $2 million in equity on the platform. I enter huge positions. I trust them. I've been trading on there for a while. So if that's what you mean by safe, yeah, it's safe. And if you guys want to join, you have the second link in the description down below, which also gives you access to the trading competition, which I hope that we can win. But these whales are very, very, the whales are killing us right now. I may start with 30K and see how I like it. Yeah, absolutely. If that's the case, man, join, and then you can join the community. And if you are with 30K, anything over 25K, I add you to my priority 3 folder. Priority 2 is 100K, and priority 1 is 500K plus. But this basically just means that I prioritize your questions and concerns on my Telegram. So I answer you individually, voice messages, these kinds of things. Hey bro, hope you're doing great. I hope I will get my loss back after learning from you. I hope so too. Michael Lewis, can you use bluffing in the US? I have to be honest, I know a lot of people are, but to answer your question specifically, I think if it doesn't work for you, we have other options. I just subscribed, watching here from the Philippines. Hello, Hainsey. Nice. No offense, Ekness is the best. I wouldn't recommend that, to be honest, but to each their own, right? Okay, we're getting a little bit of a move here, and is it in line with the stock market? Look at that. That's what we need. If you guys are bullish on Bitcoin here and you're long, because some of you I know mentioned that you're longing Bitcoin, we need to see the stock market hold up. And so far, we're like in classic fashion, we're holding on to the previous all-time highest support. So this is ultimately positive. If we start losing this level, this is when we start talking about Bitcoin dropping below 60K. But for now, it looks pretty good. Bitcoin's currently sitting at $64,000. We're going into the hourly close, which looks like a pretty good hourly close because we got a retrace. We have 2 minutes left for the hourly close. This is starting to look pretty decent for Bitcoin, but it is really based on how stocks are performing. Mohammed Dawad, hi bro. Hey bro. Turn on super chats. That's a good idea, Mo Trades. I should be. I'm pretty sure people are using bluffing in the US, guys. Anyways, I saw another question. So if a member decides to trade on another exchange and not bluffing, he would be considered inactive. You have these options down below, and I'm looking to expand the options as well, but as long as you're active on one of these and you've signed up with me, you're good to go. If you deposit just to get access and you don't even use the account, then yeah, I remove you from the group. I have my team members that do that. It's to make it fair for everyone. This looks like a solid 1 hour candle, and now I'm a little bit annoyed that I didn't get into a long. But let's see, guys. We have some resistance ahead. The stock market will determine where we're headed next. Hourly close in 18 seconds. Great 1 hour candle, guys. This looks like continuation. Time here in India is 7:30 p.m. It is 6 p.m. here in Dubai. Bluffin is no KYC, guys. I personally did KYC because I want to be able to withdraw more than $1 million in a 24-hour time frame. That's what it allows you to do. If you're no KYC, I think the max limit for withdrawals is 20K. So you have the option. You can do what you want. Hi, bro. Love from Assam. Nice, man. Continuation down or up. 80K today. Reflector67 says $80,000 Bitcoin today. That would be a shock for everyone. $80,000 today. Mo Trades asked me about bearish and bullish content. I did notice that, yeah. Actually, no. I would say, honestly, when I'm bearish and I have bearish titles and thumbnails, it performs just as well as bullish. Because I think that lately a lot of people have been tired of the bullshit that's been fed to them by all the other influencers in the space, always being bullish, never having a bearish outlook. And then when the price nukes, it's like, well, what the heck? You said price was going to go up. This looks like a decent move here. Mo Trades, I was bearish around that time, and the engagement that I got was actually better because you're telling people what's difficult for them to hear. I've noticed that so long as you approach your content with integrity and you're honest about what you think could be happening next, and not just honest, but your trades reflect that. That's another thing that I think people respect. If I am wrong about the market, which I've been wrong before, and my trades reflect that, like guys, I lost $20,000, I lost $50,000, and I'm sharing it with you. You can see it. I think that's far more respectable because it's not like I'm just telling you, oh guys, I'm bearish or I'm bullish and I'm wrong, but there's no repercussions. No, the repercussions are that I lose my money, right? So long as you approach it with integrity and you're actually trading the market accordingly. If you're bullish and price goes down and you say, sorry guys, I was wrong, and you didn't even, like, you weren't even trading, who does that help, right? How are people meant to trust you? So for me, it's like, J Beers, find you, understand, and easy to listen to. Hello again. I tuned out. I tuned out all the noise and followed only you and Ben Cowan. I would say from an investment standpoint, like if you guys aren't into trading, he has great insights on the market. The only difference between him and I in terms of, I would say we don't really have different views in terms of where the market could be headed. I am open to the idea of if Bitcoin just nukes, maybe we bought him before the end of the year, before Q4, end of Q3. But the main difference between the two of us is that I actually trade the market with leverage. He is more of just like spot only kind of guy. I like to compound my gains with leverage, and if done correctly, I really do think it's life-changing. It really is. It's provided me just such an advantage in terms of how I can grow my capital and then rebuy from a spot portfolio perspective. Yeah, Ben doesn't short, but he also doesn't long. Like, he just buys spot. He doesn't use leverage. Um, Also, you strictly do crypto. Ben does metal and stocks too. Yeah, guys, don't get me wrong. I own some stocks and precious metals as well, but I just feel like that's not what you guys are following me for. Hype. Someone said to check hype. If it doesn't give me the perfect. Hmm. Streamlabs. How much money did you start with? I started with a few $1,000s, but as I shared before, guys, I used my income to grow my trading portfolio. So I was working, I was making a good amount of money, and I was pouring that money into trading as I was learning. And my non-financial advice is that you probably do the same. A lot of people say, when can I just drop everything and start trading? But it's foolish, in my opinion, to just assume that you can completely quit your job and start trading and make it. Unless you have a crazy long runway, like we're talking like a year or two. That's just my own opinion. Some people have done it, but the reality is you want to have that security, and it's a different kind of stress when you're trading, and it has to work. Your trades have to make money. Otherwise, you're screwed and you can't pay your bills. So I was making money elsewhere for a long time before I jumped full time into trading. Zen Smart, hey Matt, what do you think about the House of Crypto channel? Why is he so bullish, and what do you think of his extensive analysis? I don't actually watch the House of Crypto, but I know that he is bullish. And isn't he always bullish? That's the only thing I'll say. I don't want to crap on anyone, but isn't he always bullish? Um, SKYZZ, is there a possibility to do these live streams after US hours? The morning ones coincide with my work calls, and I hate to miss your live streams. I'm sorry, but right now, probably not. And I'll explain why. So I am based in Dubai, and we get the most favorable price action or most interesting price action when Bitcoin, sorry, got distracted. We get the most favorable price action when the stock market opens, with Bitcoin getting a little bit of volatility. So it makes sense to go into the market open. Then, as you guys know, I am Canadian. So when I'm in Canada, I just wake up at like 5, 6 a.m. The US market opens at 9:30, so I can prepare myself and still keep that same schedule. So that one is like a live stream from morning into afternoon. This one is a live stream from afternoon into nighttime. And I can't stick to the ones after the US market open because after the US market closes, because I'm sleeping here and I want to keep the same kind of schedule. So in that case, I do have the video updates that you can watch and they remain relevant. Maybe I need to start doing live streams on the weekend too, but the price action on the weekend is very, very boring, right? Dream Chaser, It's my first time watching your stream. You earned a subscriber. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Darren Mitchell, time for a short? I don't know, guys. Let's see. This is good price action for Bitcoin. But it coincides with stocks. The stock market looks nice here. Nice pump. If stocks go up, Bitcoin has a chance to go up, particularly because of the upside liquidity. Now we're getting some more longs jumping in. That's good. But on the 7-day, we got some shorts. So maybe we can pump. Maybe we get a pumpy stream. I should probably change my thumbnail if that's the case, because I think my thumbnail says sub 60K. But let's see. I think sub 60K is only a matter of time. But right now with this price action, it doesn't look likely for today. Seems you're in Dubai. Are you guys buddy with Mo Vlogs? No. We're going for all-time high likes on the stream today. Are we? What are we looking at? Mariella said 500. 500 likes, guys. Let's destroy that like button. We've been at it for just under 4 hours. Absolutely awesome. And guys, sometimes I take trades on streams, sometimes I don't. But if you want to see how I entered these trades, how I'm operating from a swing trading perspective, when I get in and out of trades, my spot portfolio buys, all of that for free, it's the first link in the description down below. And you just have to DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join my group. And this way I can update you when I'm not on my YouTube channel. You're trading with your own capital, so the group is free. I'm gonna share it down below. Hamed Saloom, did you lose money looking for longs? No, I didn't actually. Because in my live stream on either Tuesday or Monday, we longed and I made $1,000 and the rest of my position got stopped out at break even. So what I do with these scalp longs is I try to get a nice entry. We get favorable price action. I take profits and then I get stopped out. My swing shorts are still the same. So let's see. Bro, why do you need likes on YouTube channel? Can you rely on your trading income? Look at the trade and you tell me if I can rely on my trading income. I've shared this time and time again. I do this because it's fun and because I can help you guys. When I joined the crypto space, there was a lot of bullshit in the crypto space, and I'm doing my best to effectively make sure that you guys are getting value on how to actually trade this market. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if I construed my words properly. But the point of the long live streams is also so I can connect with you guys. Otherwise, I just post the video updates. I don't need to post on YouTube. You can also see that on the YouTube channel, I don't have any ads. So my ads aren't even activated because, like, what's the point, right? I don't need that extra income from ads. Bro, trading is also 80% waiting. Yeah, exactly. Ivan, just close that position and go to the beach. I do have my fair share of sun and going to the beach, but I just do it in the mornings, right? Afternoon time, Dubai, especially on a weekday, if nothing's really going on, even if I have plans later in the evening, you know, it's 6 p.m. right now, I'm chilling. It's fun to be on the stream with you guys. Bitcoin will go up or down, bro. Please advise. Guys, let's put some thought into the questions. My base case on the higher time frames is that 60K will be breached. However, more locally, you can see that we're getting a little bit of a bounce, but I remain in my existing positions. Some streams, I try to take trades if I see the opportunity, but if I don't, and again, I'm not that inclined to just jump into a trade just for the sake of the stream. I don't need to do that. Bro, have your ads on. You're allowed to profit from your time. Ah, I have to be real with you guys. It's not necessary. I mean, you're just trying to tune in. The views are doing really solid on this stream, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in, and hopefully we can find a trade opportunity. If it's not on the live stream, it's shared in my group as always, guys. And dare I refresh the trading competition to see how we're doing? I think these guys are going to come first at this point. So let's refresh the Bluffin trading competition. They're first. Unbelievable. They were third today. This has to be a group of massive whales. That's what the Bluffin team told me. They're 26 members. Man. Unreal. Unreal. I'm pissed, man. I'm pissed. We were toying with first a little bit. If you guys want to join this one as well and you're already trading the crypto market, you might as well join the team. Let's try to get as many rewards as possible. Just shared it in the chat here. Who are these guys again, please? I have no clue. I spoke with the Bluffin team and they said it's a small community of whales. That's the most that they gave me here. So. Do you know any Indian traders in Dubai? No, I don't. Do you speak the language? Sorry? I speak French and English. Those are my languages. Do you speak the language? What does that mean? Which language? Arabic? No, I don't. I do not. Sorry, guys. A lot of comments coming in. I'm doing my best to go through them. I wonder how... Maybe I think it was Mo Trades had a good suggestion. Maybe I have to start creating like super chats and stuff because I feel as if the stream keeps getting bigger and bigger and a lot of you guys join, it's going to be hard to get back to everyone. Martin Roblox BTC, glad I have joined your premium group. I'm looking forward to it. Awesome, my man. I'm looking forward to providing you value in the group. The biggest reason to do a channel is that day trading is boring when you do it on your own. That's why I tune in and that's why we have great channels like this, in addition to super info. Yeah, man. But here's the thing. You know what makes it even more boring? I'm not even a day trader. I'm a swing trader because most day traders lose money. We know this. The most successful traders that I have encountered in my life are people that can hold positions for multi-day and week time frames, even months sometimes. And I have learned that as well. So I take on big positions and I hold them for a while in line with my overall market analysis. And I have my invalidation points, but my most profitable trades are ones that I hold for a while. Of course, you can see here I take profits on the way down and I guide everyone in my group along the way, but it requires patience. It requires patience. Shit been holding for years. So Mohammed Khalaf, I don't think that we hit the bottom of the bear market because if you look at the drawdown from all-time highs for Bitcoin, we are nowhere near the same amount of drawdowns in the previous cycles, and we're seeing weakness at the exact same periods in the bear market year. Normally we bottom near Q3, Q4 of the post-halving of the midterm year. First cycle from all-time high to bear market low, 93% drop. Second cycle, 85% drop. Third cycle, 84% drop. Then the last cycle, 77% drop. This time around, a 50% drop. And you can see the drops are getting less and less from all-time high to bear market low. But a 50% drop is not sufficient, in my opinion. We're likely going to get rate hikes over the course of this year. Inflation is still sticky. And I think that history will ultimately repeat. Locally, stock market is doing okay, so Bitcoin is trying to hold up, but even with stock market pumping, we're kind of just dropping here. I think that I'm open to a bunch of possibilities for Bitcoin. I've been Streamlabs, I've been trading for nearly a decade now. I'm open to all possibilities for Bitcoin. If this summer Bitcoin decides to just dump, and I mean dump aggressively down to sub 50K, 45K, maybe even below 40K, which is crazy. But if that were to happen aggressively and fast, I would be willing to say, okay, the bear market bottom might be in. And I will buy aggressively. If that happens very, very fast. However, if we form a low in June, which we've seen in previous cycles, if we form a low in June, you could see here, formed a low in June, then we had a pump during the summer, and it's not anything out of the ordinary. We end up coming back down. There's a chance that this is what happens. I think that we could be seeing a potential drop, like a low formed in June. Either it's going to be a sweep of the lows, so right below 60K, and then we pop back up and then drop, or maybe we have a very, very aggressive one and I start buying here. But let's see. I'm prepared for either scenario. But I think 60K will be breached because a 50% drawdown from all-time high to bear market lows is not sufficient given where we are, given how the price action has been effectively tracking exactly what it does in midterm years, which is just dropping. We're like halfway there. Metal Helion Zombie, will you go live tomorrow? So as I shared, my schedule is currently, and I'm committing to this, 2 live streams, Monday, Tuesday. A video update Wednesday because I need a break. Between Monday and Tuesday this week, we live stream for almost 13 hours. So I need a little, I'm like dead on Wednesday. So I do a video update. Then Thursday, live stream. Friday, TBD. So to be determined. How I'm feeling on Friday, I'll decide it's going to be a in the moment decision. And then Sunday will be video update. So Friday, let's see how this stream goes. I would imagine if I do a very long stream and we get some interesting price action, maybe not. But if we're just chopping around here over the course of the live stream, perhaps I will flick on the live. But the only thing with Friday live streams is that I do have a life outside of live streaming and trading crypto, guys. And so if I have plans on a Friday night, you know, I'm not going to be staying here till 10 p.m., 9 p.m. streaming. Hey boss, long time no see, Pura Vida, my man. Found your channel through Andy and Devolt last Friday. You seem like a genuine guy. Excited to now start following your streams as well. Crypto Mankey, I appreciate it, but man, how are you gonna follow all the streams? We're between the three of us, man. We're streaming 24 hours a day. I think I stream longer than the guys, but how do you manage for not closing that huge profit unrealized? How did you train your brain? Salute. That's a very good question. And the way that I'm able to not close this trade is simple. When I started this trade, I risked an amount of capital that I was comfortable losing. On the way down, I've continuously given myself profits. If for whatever reason Bitcoin starts pumping and my short gets stopped at a break even, would I be disappointed that I lost 200K in profits? The answer would be yes. However, in line with my overall market analysis, because I still firmly believe that Bitcoin will be going lower, I'm okay with it because I shaved a lot of profits, almost 400K in profits on this trade, and I'm just content with that. So to me, I have blinders on almost as if this didn't exist. If we breach the 60K lows, I will probably take some more profits off the trade because this will probably turn into like 250 or something. I'll make this for maybe 450 in realized profits. But I want to hold still a pretty big position because how epic would that be if I've publicly shorted Bitcoin from around $100,000 down to whatever the bear market low is. And the reality is, in line with my market cycle framework here, Bitcoin can go below 50K. It can happen. So I don't want to miss out on the way down, and it's worth the risk for the unrealized profits. But this trade was public in my group when I took profits on the way down, when I added to my position. This trade as well, when we had the Clarity Act pump at $81,500 entry price, took this in the group as well. If you guys want to see how I've been trading this market day by day, week by week, month by month, you know where to find me. It is free. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram and you'll be able to join my private group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. And the only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you'd normally do anyways. You're trading with your own money. I'll leave this in the chat as well. You must be getting 10 million per like and $5 per view. A lot of profit from streaming. People here don't appreciate free things. You guys are nice. I think you guys appreciate the streams. We're doing really well in terms of likes. We're sitting at a 4-hour live stream so far, and we've got 540 likes. I think the record is 600 likes. Guys, maybe this is the day. Maybe we get to 1,000 likes on the stream. Is Market Cypher B worth the price? I mean, I haven't used it, so I can't tell you, man. What is your base case for June's low? Local low, what price? I don't know. And this is what's very difficult. I think a lot of you are used to crypto traders, influencers telling you that they know something with absolute certainty. I've always said the probabilities favor that the bear market continues and the probabilities favor that the 60K low is breached. But I'm also very comfortable telling you that I don't know what the low in June will be. I have no clue. What if that was it? What if $61,300 was it? Right? I don't know. I don't think this was the low in June. My higher probability suggestion here is that it will be probably between 50 and 60K, if I had to guess. But if we get a strong reaction after sweeping the lows at $59,800, then maybe that was it for the June low. So let's see. Let's be patient with it. These markets take time to develop. But you can see here, this is just continued weakness. With Bitcoin, with the stock market, we got a nice move up on stocks. And Bitcoin is a little bit uncertain. That was a great 1 hour candle. We effectively filled, look at that, we filled the gap right at open. So now we see if we can continue to the upside, continue to hold above the all-time highs, then maybe Bitcoin can show some continued strength. But if this just starts retracing, guys, I would imagine that Bitcoin is going to drop. No questions asked. Simone5766 is absolutely correct. We can easily stay there for months, even if 60K is the bottom. It's true. It's true. 60K bear market bottoms, they take time to form. Man, buy the crystal ball already. Why do we have to tolerate the uncertainty, says Grigor. I don't know, man. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Guys, if I had a crystal ball, I would be infinitely richer. J Trader, summer 2024 is the perfect example of that. Exactly. ETH looking weak. Are we surprised? Looks pretty strong, guys. What is your leverage on your position with Bitcoin, man? 15x leverage. But remember, leverage is irrelevant. It's the capital that you're using in proportion to your trading portfolio. So this was a 3 to 5% trade that turned into obviously a big one. This is going to drag and put us in sleep over the summer. Yes, and that's when the best opportunities arise. I'll be honest, guys, it's easier when the price is pumping or dumping on the live stream. If we're just chopping around like this, makes it a little bit more difficult to stay live. Streamlabs, I've already given the logic behind my swing trade that is still open. I've probably talked about it. You guys are probably tired of me talking about it. Waiting for the news tomorrow before dumping. Yeah, Shah, yeah. This group of traders, man. Whales. They're whales. Guys, all things considered though, number 3 out of thousands of teams on Bluffin is pretty insane. We're smashing it. Look, if these guys are 26 individuals with $5 million each, $10 million each trading, yeah, we're cooked. This, like, they're going to win, right? However, I think we can still manage to finish in the top 3. And Bitcoin is kind of dropping a little bit here. You would expect us to at least sweep these highs, 64.7. But the fact that we're just... Long time 102. Matsir, if you look at the previous bear market lows, it is about 7% less per bear market. So the last bear market dropped 77% from the all-time high to the low. So this time it could be a 70% drop. And we talked about that earlier in the stream. I don't know if you were around then, but yeah. So last bear market, 77%. You guys could see here. That would put Bitcoin pretty damn low. I think it's probably going to be somewhere between a 60 to 70% drop, 60 to 65%. But who knows? No one has a crystal ball. Justin Servant, what's up, man? This looks like a boring triangle forming at this point. It really does, Gregor. It really does. What are we meant to do with this nonsense? And you know, I could tell as well that people will get disinterested because last live stream, it was awesome. We had a lot of volatility. This live stream, I could see that people can't handle this price action. I'm gonna stay live until we break 60K. Just kidding. That could take a few days. Reflector 67 says that they have a crystal ball. Stay alive for a few days. You guys want to see my nighttime routine, my morning routine, day in the life? What if the 4-hour candle closes here at 63, and then we just go whoomp. So we gotta wait for the 4-hour candle, which is in an hour and 20 minutes. I'm okay sitting and waiting and being patient with you guys. Would you get a Whoop or Garmin? I have a Whoop. Is Ben in on the competition? Guys, what? You would never catch, if you're talking about Ben Cowan, you would never catch him trading crypto in the way that I do. Not a chance. The guy only does spots, right? So no, obviously he's not in the trading competition. What's your thoughts on Stretch? I think that they're in trouble, guys. This looks horrible. This looks horrible. They are in trouble. I don't know who's going to be providing Saylor that excess liquidity. He's currently down $10 billion on his Bitcoin. He top blasts, but He's currently in, Sailor is in a big competition, guys. A huge competition. And you want to know who he's competing against? Our friend Tom Lee. Because Sailor invested $63 billion and Tom Lee, and he's down around 10 billion, and Tom Lee invested around 20 billion, 19 billion, and he's currently down around 10 billion. So Tom Lee is worse than Sailor at this point. But they're both getting cooked. So let's see. Pharma Weeb, the longest live stream by a YouTuber is roughly 38 days. You can do it. Wow. 38 days. You know, as I shared earlier, I'm pretty extreme when it comes to, let's say, some athletic endeavors. But I do take just competition in general pretty seriously. I think I'm not gonna promise anything, but I think I could have some pretty crazy live streams, to be honest. Probably not that long, but I would do a 24-hour live stream. I wouldn't bring you with me. I would probably leave the live stream on while I go to sleep at night or something like that. Or I just don't sleep for 24 hours and we do a live stream together. I would do it. I would do it at some point. But you know what, guys? I think it would be more fun to do something like that in the bull market. So I need to preserve myself a little bit. Are there tons of gym bros in Dubai? Yes. yes. We have like fridges in Dubai. They take some of that sweet sauce for sure. For sure. Do you trade gold? I've done it before. If you're in my premium group, the last gold trade that I took, I lost 60K. So sometimes I do, but I am a holder. I'm a spot holder of gold as well. Champ Lou, so funny you mentioned that. Ever met one of those famous IG gym bros like Mike Thurston? Mike Thurston goes to the same gym as me. Like I see him there all the time. So yeah, we clearly live in the same area. I'm pretty sure he's like a 10-20 minute walk away from the gym. But yeah, yes, I see him often. Hello from Canada, Free Child. Hello. Yeah, the guy is a legend. The guy's jacked. It's crazy. Because normally, you know, normally you see guys that are really muscular, but they're a bit thicker. But then you have some guys that are muscular and they're very vascular, and that is crazy. It looks insane. Guys, I'm gonna try to stop saying guys, but what if, and let me paint you a boring scenario. What if we're seeing this? What if we see that and it's just, and then we drop? So something to consider, guys. Have you met Andrew Tate? No, I haven't, but I have seen him in person at the Dubai Mall. What if we do that in Pump? Highly unlikely, in my opinion. Ivan, you're sending a bunch of smiley faces, my man. I don't see your comments. Let me scroll up. Do you have a Lambo? No, I don't. What about near? I mean, near. These are altcoins that will ultimately just continue to bleed against Bitcoin. It looks like shit. It looks like shit. I know you guys will say this and be, what do you mean? This is a crazy pump. Yeah? Is it? Is it a crazy pump? Look at the monthly chart. We are currently down from up here to where we are today, 70%. I mean, right? Beware, scammers. Scammers are trying to email me acting like they are Metzger. Guys, I will never email you. Yeah, I think we're seeing profit taking on shorts. Zcash seems to have a nice head and shoulders pattern. Yep, we covered that. It does look like it. Come on, BlackRock, do your thing. If I catch you in Dubai one day, can I greet you or you prefer not? I have tried to make my life on the internet and my life in real life completely separate. But if you see me, yeah, I'd definitely shake your hand and say hello. But I know some people like to merge the two, and I have to be real. I prefer to keep my private life private. Um, it's just better that way. But if you see me, don't be shy and come say hi. That's a good question, Tom White. And I know, pretty sure Tom White is in my community as well. Yeah, he definitely is. Can the bull and bear cycles continue forever, or will Bitcoin slowly become more and more steady? Um, I think that Bitcoin will become more and more steady. So I think that as it matures as an asset class, the pumps will be less significant and the dumps will be less significant. So I think we're going to get to a point where, not that it's going to be flat, I think that Bitcoin ultimately will continue to go up forever because, guys, I know we're taking a look at the local price action, but Bitcoin has been going up forever. Some of you might be saying, what on earth? Look at the monthly Bitcoin chart. Bitcoin has been going up forever. In its existence, we've been going up forever. So I think that we're going to keep on creating I think we're going to keep on seeing this. So volatility to the downside should decrease, but the massive pumps will also decrease probably at some point in its lifetime. But you know, the stock market just continues to go up. And I think we're going to get to the point where like a 20% drop in Bitcoin will be seen as like, holy crap, that's a big, big, big drop. So yeah, volatility will likely decrease over time as the asset class matures. They will use crypto for international payments globally. They already are. What's good, Matsir? Halak, what is good, my man? What do you think of Hyperliquid and their platform? I think it's pretty solid, and Hype is a token that I am personally keeping my eyes on for the bear market. Flights to Dubai are canceled. Are they? I hope not, because I'm planning on not being here over the course of the summer. So let's see. It's very, very hot here in the summer. It's getting a little dark. The sun is setting right in front of me. Hi, Legends. Odin Stiefel. Hi, Legends. I want to make a separate Bitcoin short on Bluffin in addition to my already existing one from much higher. I have to do it on a sub account, right? Yeah, that's what I would recommend. So you can create a sub account on Bluffin, and then you can enter a new position. I think Bitcoin in the next bull market, someone asked me, I think my target is going to be, it's a big range between 150 and 200. This cycle, I was technically wrong because I said between 130 and 160. We went all the way up to 126. So it's hard, guys. I'm not in the business of calling where the top or where the bottom could be. As long as you get relatively close, that's all that really matters. How much is food in Dubai? It's actually pretty affordable. I mean, Canada's not cheap. I spend the same amount of food in Dubai as I do in Canada. Unless I go to some of the fanciest restaurants here in Dubai, that's one, I am a foodie. That's one thing I don't mind spending my money on. But Canada's pretty expensive too. Hey man, I'm boiling here beside you in Riyadh. Yeah, man. What's the tunes you're bumping, bro? So I found there's this platform called Epidemic Sounds. And basically the way that it works is you pay for it, and then you can put your YouTube channel on a list where you don't get hit with copyright claims. So now every live stream I've been adding a little bit more tunes, and I want to have a huge playlist of like 24 hours worth of songs, 48 hours worth of songs, and it's non-copyright. When I did my first live stream, I think I was playing some jazz in the background, and I got hit with a copyright claim. So I was like, shit, I can't be doing that. I was playing it on my Sonos speaker. What made you move to Dubai? Multiple things. Business, nice weather all the time. Canada's winters are brutal. Taxes. So that's basically it. And when I say business, I also mean finding like-minded individuals here. It's a great spot. Yeah, Nibbles86. Yeah, so I have some plans to visit Andy from Mindpillar Markets in Spain at some point. We're gonna play some tennis, and I'll probably stay with him for like a week. So I might have to cancel, check some flights. I might have to check to see if I can make that happen. You speak Arabic? No, I don't. I'd like to learn though. How are we doing on likes, Legends? 540. I think we could get to 600. 564. Okay, that's nice. Nice. Let's get to 600. Andreas says short. I say I am already in a short, my friends. The sunset is beautiful. I'm like the camera's right here. I'm just looking right past you guys. It's so nice. Hey Matt, further to the discussion about the chat getting busier, how about making the premium members YouTube channel members and they will be able to easily identify in the live chat? That is a very good idea. And give them priority. That is a very, very good idea actually. My man, everyone knows about the 4-year cycle. Why is it still working? Well, I would like to flip the script to you because I think I saw you ask this on my recent video. Why fade historical price action? Why assume, based on all the data that we have available, which I will admit is, it's not a huge sample size, why assume that this time is different? It hasn't been different. So why assume that it's different? It sounds overly simplistic, but oftentimes these simplest things are correct. Too many people were betting on the super cycle. Global M2 money supply. The banana zone. It's just, no. This time is not different. Mariella, did you find someone else in Dubai to beat at tennis since Andy is gone? I have. I've been playing a little bit in a tennis league, and I've been doing pretty well. Some tryhards in there as well. So yes, but don't worry. When I go visit Andy in Spain, I'll give him a nice whooping this summer. Raj Kumar, yes, it is simple. It is simple. It is simple. 72K coming. Okay, we got some bulls, guys. 72K coming. Raul Paul, the banana zone. Unreal. Unreal. And you know what? This is another reason why I like to keep things simple on my channel, especially as it pertains to trading. Not only is simpler better, but Raul Paul likes to use a lot of words to say the same thing, and because he uses big words, there seems to be no repercussions. People just assume like, okay, this guy's smart, he must be right, it'll happen eventually. And a lot of people lost a lot of money following what he had to say. And I think if I go, you know what? He's probably still bull posting. He's pivoted to AI. Guys, I'm not going to give you a short-term price prediction like that. Someone's asking me, what do I think the price of Bitcoin will be in 7 days? Do you think I'm a fortune teller? Guys, I trade the market. I trade the probabilities. I'm in my Bitcoin short. I'm comfy in my short. There's not much else to say. If you want to see how I've been trading the market, you know where to find me for free. I have my group. It's where I provide extended analysis and, of course, my overall trades in this market. So you can join me if you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram. I'd be more than happy to add you into the group. You trade with your own money, whatever you're comfortable with. Yaz Shah, what do you think the price of Bitcoin will be in 1,000,000 days? You know what? I think that in 1,000,000 days, the price of Bitcoin will be significantly higher than where we are today. How's that? Do you like paddle tennis? I've only played paddle once. I prefer tennis. I think tennis requires the most skill. Are you looking for a long now? If we can sweep the lows, yes. $1 a day keeps the traders away. It will be somewhere between 0 and 250,000. In 1,000,000 days, I would beg to differ. I think it could be higher than that. Ahmed Dahmer, sometimes you have a set TP, but you're not happy with the amount you're going to make, so you extend the TP. Thoughts? You should know how much you will make if price goes to a certain level, especially. So yeah, don't do that. I wouldn't stretch it. What you can do though is you take a little bit of profits at your first target, and then you basically hold that position for a little bit lower, move your stops to break even, and then see if it plays out. I like keeping the position open after taking some profits. Some people will close fully and just look for a new trade, but as a swing trader, I try to take advantage of the momentum to the downside or to the upside. It's getting dark. You like drinking coffee? Absolutely, I love drinking coffee. I don't know if I would be able to have the energy that I have on the stream for 4, 5, 6 hours if I didn't drink coffee, to be honest. But I'm strategic about how I use it. So wake up in the morning, I get sunlight, I don't drink it first thing in the morning, and I wait at least an hour before I drink my coffee. Long or short? I am currently shorting. Caffeine boy. Who taught you how to trade? I'm new to your channel and I just subscribed. I taught myself how to trade. You have a short position in a very good location. Why don't you just put it in your pocket now? Because I've already put a lot in my pockets, right? And if we go lower, which is my base case, I'll put more in my pocket. Do you practice intermittent fasting? Sometimes. Like I've done it on and off where I don't eat till around like 1 in the afternoon, but the only thing is I find myself. So stocks are getting a move, which is why Bitcoin is getting a move. Um, you've had skin issues since drinking coffee. That's interesting. I sometimes get like some blemishes, but for the most part my skin is fine. Interesting. It's very challenging. Singularity. How tall are you? You look tall. I'm actually not that tall. I'm around 5'10", so I don't know what that is um, in centimeters. Some of you are probably from Europe. No gummies. Just in. Quick recap of the day while I smash the like button. When you have the ability to discuss and learn from a good trader, still most questions, how old are you? Do you like coffee? Like what? He'll... Yeah, I guess that's fair. But my don't worry guys, I make up for it with my athletic abilities. I take pride in the fact that in most athletic endeavors, I think I can crush 99% of the population. So I'm happy to say that. Okay, Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a move here. You think we see 66K today? Yes, Williams World. Absolutely. Dutch guys are huge. Huge. You know, there's a lot of Dutch guys here in Dubai, and I even went out with a couple of them. And these guys are massive. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, guys. So we're getting a little bit of a pop here on Bitcoin, but I have to be honest, it's, in my opinion, it's simply because of stocks. Like, I would expect more from Bitcoin here, guys. More. It's just, can we pop up? We have some liquidity. We have the fuel to get a little bit of a short squeeze, right? Dennis Tennis, yes. Actually, that's one of the guys I was referring to. I'm supposed to play paddle with him at some point, but that guy's tall. Sorry, missed something. Just come in. You crush 99% of the population. No, sorry guys, I didn't mean to. I meant in most athletic endeavors, whether it's running, whether it's football, just anything like weightlifting even. So I take pride in that. I want to. One of my weird things is that when I start to have children, I want to be able to dominate them in any athletic endeavor for as long as humanly possible. So I want to be like 60 years old, just like outrunning my children for as long as possible. It seems like a fun challenge because it also forces you to remain in really good health. No, Salvador Perez. That is Salvador Perez, my man. That is one of the most bought things you could say in the chat. That is crazy. How many times have you guys heard Bitcoin is decoupling from the stocks? Well, if you look at the trend, stocks have been going up, Bitcoin has been going down, and then the moment that stocks drop just a little bit, Bitcoin goes even lower. So that is it's a very bought thing to say. Very, very bought thing to say, guys. Danielle, if you're talking about 5'1", then yeah. But 5 foot, there's a difference between 5 foot. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that's 155. Wow. What a guy. Back from the gym and you're still here. What a guy. Yeah, guys, I'm working on these live streams. I'm working on my tolerance. I think Bitcoin can pop here. It looks pretty decent. I'm in no positions, still waiting. You guys saw me round trip around 25K today. So let's see. Let's see. Can we smash that like button though? Is the real question. 589. No, I don't trade Forex. Did you work in finance before trading crypto? No, but I studied some finance and I always have been investing in the stock market. So my financial education has really been my own. Matsur, respectfully, I just want to say you're a very handsome man. You look very good in the camera. Thank you very much. I appreciate the comment. My man, I really do appreciate it. I want to buy as much ETH and Bitcoin as I can while price is in this low range. So let's actually talk about Ethereum quickly. I will probably be forced to buy some Ethereum if we head lower. And I'm eyeing this zone here. So sub 1400, and like if we make it down to this wick, I have to almost blindly buy. Even if it doesn't give me the best ROI, I'm basically blindly buying. Let's see. I'll be patient with that one. Stocks getting a nice move. Bitcoin kind of getting a nice move. Let's see. I would want to see Bitcoin get more upside here, to be honest. I think we're going to sweep these highs. Not sure about if a lot of people feel like it can go lower. It's underperformed a lot of traditional stocks. Why would anyone hold this shit? True. Reflector 6.7 is very, very bullish. There are no liquidations near you guys. I don't get why short hard. Mohammed Khalaf, my man, as I've said time and time again, I've been shorting from much higher. I do agree with you though. There is a lot of liquidity to the upside to be grabbed. We got some longs jumping in, but look, I would say that there's a good chance that this 65K liquidity zone gets tapped into. But let's see. You know how this can play out though, right guys? You know how this can play out. A wick to the bottom and then a rollover. This looks a little bit, structurally, it looks a little bit better. So this it wouldn't surprise me if we got a little bit more upside here. Structurally, compared to everywhere where we've been, it looks a little bit better. But if stocks can't sustain their momentum, that's when Bitcoin really suffers. Yeah, there's liquidity to both sides, guys. But more liquidity to the upside at this point. Nice to catch a live stream. Thanks, Matsir. I appreciate your work. See you next time. Hopefully, this time we reach 1,000 likes. Let's go, Mariella BTC. Let's see if we can do it, Mariella. I don't know, guys. We're sitting at just under 600. We've been at it for 4 hours. Oh, 600 likes. We've been at it for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Absolutely awesome. The hard question is, what if it continues taking out liquidity upwards and continues? It won't. That's my base case. Those are my thoughts, guys. There is liquidity to the upside. I'm not ignoring that. But structurally, we are in a bear market. So stop ignoring that fact. Just do not ignore that fact. We are in a bear market. Don't fight the charts. We are in a bear market. And if you don't believe it by now, unfortunately, no one can help you. You don't think 85K is not possible before the 12th of June? I would say that 85K has about... No. I think it is... I'm never going to say never, but I think that it is highly unlikely that Bitcoin hits 85K before the 12th of June. I think it is very, very unlikely, Salvador. Is there a good liquidity map you recommend? I like this one that I use on MindPillar is pretty good, but one of my top ones is literally just the simple one on CoinGlass. It works well. Guys, remember, this is just a small portion of my analysis, like very, very small. Market structure always comes first, and as Mohammed Khalaf says, he says the chart is clearly upwards. Yeah? I don't know if you're just rage baiting me, but this is not clearly upwards. What are you talking about, my man? What is that? That has to be rage bait. Funny guy. Nibbles. Matt, I'm going to remind you every stream to please teach us how to turn 100K into a mil. You will never get any backlash. The thing with these things, if I did such a thing, I feel like I would take on more risk than I normally do, because most people would be very impatient. And because I take on more risk, there's a chance that I literally just lose 100K. The real PG says to not touch SpaceX. Sir, how much low can Bitcoin go? Sir, I think that we will be somewhere between 60 to 70% from the all-time high. That's where I think the bottom of the cycle will form. I'm going to say 60 to 70%. Your kind of advice for beginners, be very, very careful who you follow online. And no matter what, always use proper risk management. Position size and don't overtrade. That's also good. These are my weaknesses. I'm working on it. He's talking about monthly chart zoomed way out. Yeah, in the very, very long term, I'm bullish on Bitcoin, guys. Zoomed out like macro, yes, Bitcoin continues to be in an uptrend. This chop, anyone else falling asleep? Sorry guys, sometimes we get more entertaining price action. I'm doing my best here. If you want to see my trades and what I do in this market and how sometimes I hold positions and I take profits on the way down, adjust my positions, please remember you have the first link in the description down below. It's completely free because you're trading with your own capital. So if you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join my group. And oftentimes I'll leave voice messages and things like that outside of my regular content here. And we just hit 600 likes. We are 400 likes away from 1,000 likes. You know what would make this live stream absolutely amazing? Hitting 1,000 likes, but not only that, getting some dumpage. If Bitcoin starts dropping here, I think that a lot more people would start tuning into the live stream. But for now we wait patiently, and it looks like it's going to be a choppy little bit here. It's going to be a choppy little bit. Stocks are straight up on the day. Bitcoin, we're up. Streamlabs says that his point of view is that Bitcoin hits 50K and then goes up very fast after hitting 50K. Interesting. Daniel Duran has a great question. In prior bear markets, how long has the true high conviction accumulation zone near the bottom usually remained open? Are we talking days, weeks, or months? Days, weeks, or longer? The answer to that is usually you have a matter of weeks. So it really depends, right? I discussed previously on the channel accumulating Bitcoin in the last bear market. And let's just remove this dollar chart. If you look at the previous bear market, I accumulated between 16 and 30K. So that's a pretty big range. But you can see here that this range, let's just take it from there just as an example. Like, it really depends how long you're okay with accumulating. This was almost 500 days. But if you're talking about like this low over here, still 259 days. So what I'm getting at is maybe a big move down creates the low, right? Maybe it does. But I don't think that it's just one wick down and then V-shape. Bottoms take time to form. How many times have you heard me say, bottoms take time to form? And at the top of this bull market, you probably wouldn't have cared whether you accumulated Bitcoin at 25K or 16K. Of course, it makes a difference, but I just try to get near the bear market low. And so I think we're going to have time, to be honest. I don't think it's going to be a V-shape kind of thing. Maybe the wick, the final low will be a wick. And then we chop above the wick. But for the most part, there's going to be time, in my opinion, of course. Salvador Perez, don't you think that the method of payment on the future space projects will be using crypto? Very likely. Very likely. Salvador Perez, my man, I don't think that you understand that I am long-term bullish on crypto. It's just more over the course of this year. I'm still bearish, guys. Alejandro Garcia said, Moon Carl just bought 23 Bitcoins. Oof. Matsur, are you saying that it can go down to $38,000? Look, if Bitcoin drops 70%, then yeah, from high to low. all-time high to bear market low. But I need to keep reiterating my point. I am not waiting for sub 40K to accumulate. No one will time the perfect bottom. I'm happy to start slowly DCAing in $60,000 and below. Even though I think we could go as low as 35K, I buy more on the way down. That's how I do it. I ladder my positions in the market. The profits that you're seeing me make here with my Bitcoin trades, my short, I'm going to use some of this to buy some Bitcoin in near the bear market bottom. So please don't make the mistake. I've seen too many people make the mistake of waiting for this perfect hypothetical bottom only for it to not happen. I don't know what the exact bottom will be. All I know, or all I think that I know, is that the probabilities favor that we're going below 60K. So I hope that makes sense. I just DM'd you on Telegram. Guys, if you're DMing me on Telegram just to have a conversation with me, it won't work. I have one, a automated system now that basically helps people get access to the group. Two, I also have team members helping me out. The only way that you will be able to talk with me specifically is if you've joined my premium group. Sometimes I'll go through a couple messages that I get from premium members only, which are tagged. It's a free group, reminder. But even those members sometimes just don't hear from me because I'm mainly focused on members that are trading with a little bit more capital. So outside of that, one-on-ones don't really work unless you're trading with a good amount of capital. And I'm here on the live stream sharing my thoughts regularly, day by day, week by week. So reading the comments is my way to essentially communicate with you, especially if you're trading with a little bit less capital. That's my way to make it fair for everyone. Bro, okay guys, some of these questions, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to not get cranky because I saw a comment the other day saying, hey man, you know, good job with the long live stream, but you sound a little bit cranky at the end. I'm not cranky, I promise. But some of these questions, man, some of these questions. Bro, how far to come down Bitcoin? I think I've read that question 18 times so far. Maybe you're new to the live stream, but my base case is that Bitcoin will likely be going lower over the course of this year. X-Tech developer, how long do you think the super cycle bull run will last? Bro, what? You're talking to the guy that has been making fun of the super cycle guys. I don't watch a lot of MMA. Sorry, man. Do you think it will go lower than 60K today? I don't know. Maybe I need to adjust my thumbnail right now because in the thumbnail I wrote sub 60K, which I do think will happen, but maybe not today. Bro, long stream, bravo. My man, the streams are long and they will remain long. We're looking at 1 minute until a 5-hour stream. If you've enjoyed it so far, even though we haven't had the best possible price action, make sure to just destroy that like button. We're sitting at 600 likes. You guys make me laugh. While we're at it, I'm going to order some food. Salvador Perez says he has 2 bets for me. One is that he will beat me at tennis, and 2 is that MicroStrategy will reach over $500 by the end of the year. 1, unless you've been playing tennis for more than 5 years, I think I will beat you. 2, I, for lack of a better term, couldn't give a crap about MicroStrategy. I like owning the underlying asset that MicroStrategy is betting on, and that is Bitcoin. And if MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor go belly up, I still think that Bitcoin survives. Bitcoin will arguably be a better asset if Saylor is no longer in the picture. So those are my thoughts. Do you scalp? Sometimes I scalp, but it is not my priority. Mohammed Dawad, should we trust CoinGlass? It's showing a lot of shorts on the 12 to 48 hours up. However, Bitcoin keeps dropping. Why? Guys, market structure always comes first. I know I've made the observation that we have upside liquidity. We do. However, market structure always comes first. So this liquidity can continue to get piled up as Bitcoin heads lower. Bitcoin is in a bearish trend. We had so much downside liquidity. So once the drop was to happen, it made sense because we had way more longs in the market. But just because you look at this chart, let's say you're a new trader, you look at this chart and you say, there's way more upside liquidity, therefore I go long. That's not how it works, guys. It should be added as confluence to your analysis and not the be all end all. As I said, it probably equates to 5 to 10%. And it's heavily skewed towards the market structure side. So if, for example, this was reversed and we had way more longs in the market and Bitcoin was sitting at $64,000 and we had longs piled up down to 50K, then at that point, I would say, oof, it looks like we could get a nasty move. The market makers will be targeting all of that long liquidity because the market structure is also bearish. However, this upside liquidity doesn't tell me that we have to absolutely grab it before moving lower. That's not how these things work. So Bitcoin can maybe chop around here for a few days and convince a lot of people in the market that, hey, maybe we're carving out a bottom. And then what happens is you see longs piling in. Maybe the dump is just taking a little bit of a break, and then Bitcoin ultimately moves lower. Too many people are emotionally attached to Bitcoin going lower or higher in that case. The market structure is bearish, therefore my higher time frame analysis remains bearish. That's it. Mikal, I think you skipped over my question earlier. What if Bitcoin has been forming a range bottom 60 to 80K? Guys, that's a good question. That is a valid question. If that's the case, I would have missed out on buying Bitcoin at the lowest valuations of the cycle. I'm just saying it now on camera because a 50% drawdown for me, as I've discussed multiple times, is not significant enough in Bitcoin's bear market. So how am I okay with that? If, for example, I would have missed it, we're talking hypotheticals here. I've accumulated Bitcoin in the last bear market. This is why I say you want to use my analysis and match it with your own. If you have absolutely no Bitcoin exposure and you're looking for exposure and you're asking me if this is going to be an interesting, if you would have been happy to have bought some here for the upcoming years, my answer would probably be yes. But I am still looking for those deep value zones given my prior entries. So I hope that answers your question. It's a good question because maybe that wasn't. Maybe we're carving out that bottom, although it is most certainly not my base case if you've been watching the channel. Thank you for the good question. Do you take trades in live streams? Yes, I do, but some live streams I don't. I only take the trades if I deem them as good opportunities. Is it best to short or long now considering they pushed it up after it touched 61,200 yesterday? It really depends on your global position in the market. I am net short, meaning I have big shorts open. And so from my own perspective, I am looking for a potential long in the market to hedge against my short. So what this means is, let's say I have a short from $80,000. If Bitcoin taps into 80K, I'd be interested in a potential long, maybe up to 70K, take profits from that long and maybe compound again into my short, which is from higher. So it really depends. I gave an update in my group, it was either today or last night, because I've been getting some questions about me looking for longs. If we're in a structural bear market, why am I looking for longs? If I didn't have any short exposure, there is a chance that I would literally just sit flat. But I've been very, very vocal about Bitcoin moving lower, and I want to hedge. So it depends on how you're personally positioned in the market. I don't know how you guys are positioned. What food are you ordering today? Probably like gyros or something like that. Just answering Grigor here. Do you have a specific level for a big buy besides dollar cost averaging? Yes. Big buy for me, immediately, like no questions asked, big buy is sub 50. Huge buy is sub 40. I'll leave it at that. Gemma Gov tried to play the long last night and got burned. This is the thing. It's very, very tricky with longs. It's very easy to get burned. And that's why if I do take a long, you'll notice that as soon as we get a little bit of favorable price action, assuming we get it, of course, I move my stop to break even because I don't trust this price action, guys. Structurally, it's very, very, very bearish. So we're in a macro downtrend. Longs should be taken with a grain of salt and with way less capital than big swing shorts. But if you ask me again if it's time to short, I can't tell you because we've been shorting when everyone was very bullish, and I've added to my position again on the relief rallies when everyone is bullish. Now that it looks like over the next few days, maybe weeks, I don't know how long it will take, we will likely break $60,000. Could we bounce a little bit more? Yeah, but this is, I think that what we're seeing here is probably ranging before we end up breaking 60K, if I had to guess. Roth Trader, correct. Like I said, we will range. I am watching a movie and it's not a trading day. Yes, sir. Salvador Perez, are you classified over 4.5 on tennis? No, I'm not. So if you are, yeah, you'd probably beat me. Mansley Barbecue, do you accumulate DCA with spot positioning or leverage? I will probably try to play both. Look, in my community, it's a mix of me talking about my leverage trades, which has been mainly it over the course of the bear market because I haven't really bought anything, and then eventually it will turn into spot. But when it comes to that $30,000, $20,000 range that I'm eyeing to accumulate Bitcoin at, I'm going to be pretty selective about any long trades that I take in terms of swing trades. So I will be doing both, but I will be very, very interested in spot because spot is less stressful. You make more money leverage trading if you can do it correctly. I will be trying to play both. If you guys want to see how I've been trading the market when I decide to go long, any new trades that I take before I come on the YouTube channel, we have these 2 trades open currently. Remember, you have the first link in my description down below. It is completely free to join my group because you're trading with your own money. So if you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, you'll be able to join and I'll share it right here in the chat. And let's do, good morning, William Sadler. Good morning, man. You'll be able to join and I'll share. 636. Let's get to 700 likes. I think we can do it today, guys. I think we can do it today. I really hope we get some interesting price action. Guys, what if I make a really long live stream? I'm telling you right now, if Bitcoin breaks this low today, which I don't know if it will, guys, maybe we just get a bounce. But if we do have Nuki price action again, I might just stay live. I might just do it. Stocks getting a little bit. We need stocks to nuke for this to be worthwhile on Bitcoin to drop. If it nukes after I close the stream, no, I'm not going to open the stream again. Guys, when I'm done, I'm done. Okay, let me rephrase. If I close the stream and let's say I go and take a shower and I get ready to go to sleep, and I open my phone and Bitcoin is at $57,000, yeah, I'll probably flick it back on, but it'd have to be a significant drop. Because we've put in a shift today, 5 hours of yapping on the stream with some pretty boring price action. Let's be real. Love the long streams and thanks for the great TA. Thank you, William Sadler. Thank you for tuning in to the challenge. The challenge, you stay until it breaks out. My neighbors are fighting every day. How do I put a stop loss to that? That's something, your neighbors are fighting every day. How do you put a stop loss to that? In that case, I would probably close the trade at a loss and move to another neighborhood. Otherwise, you risk getting liquidated. Hi from Turkey, we continue shorting. Yep, I'm holding my shorts from higher. Mansley Barbecue, thank you, pal. Being a member of your group has been greatly beneficial. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you're seeing value in the group. I get some, overall, I want to say the feedback from my group is overwhelmingly positive. But I do get some guys saying, man, like, you don't even enter that many trades. When I enter with a lot of capital, and they're usually swing trades. Sometimes I take some scalps, but it's never going to be one of these groups where you have 100 different trades a day. I think it's bullshit. I don't think that people should be doing that. When I started trading, I did take on a lot of positions per day and I was trading much lower time frames. That's all fine and dandy to get the hang of trading. But how I trade now, guys, it's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. And I think that that's the way you want it to be. Yep. Eight-hour stream, please. So the record for our live streams, guys, I'm telling you now, if Bitcoin nukes, we will probably have a very long stream. The record, does anyone know what the record is? Did we make it to 7 hours? Did we make it to 7 hours? Did we make it? No, 6 hours and 46 minutes is the record stream. 6 hours and 46 minutes. If Bitcoin nukes, then we have to stay. We have to stay. But I'm telling you guys, if I break the record and we do an 8-hour stream today, I am probably going to do a video update tomorrow. It's a lot. It is a lot. Less stress, less white hairs. Exactly. Got to keep the skin and the hair glowing. You know how it goes. You should have more than 18K subs. You are cool-headed and have a right market outlook. Thank you, Mikal. I appreciate it. And I think that in the next bull market, we are all going to have a jolly time together because you're going to see me turn from a bear to a bull, and I'm just going to be looking to long and enter some phenomenal swing longs in the market. I'm so excited. So excited. We're going for 1,000 likes today. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think if Bitcoin breaks the low, we can probably do it because right now, Williams World, Gen Z broccoli hair. Yeah, I've got that before, but I've rocked the buzz cut before. You guys will see me with a buzz cut at some point. I think that if price drops and we get a little bit of volatility, whether we pump or dump, I think that more people will tune into the stream, because that's usually what happens. When you get volatility, people pop in. Right now, we're sitting at around 400 viewers, and I have my analytics right here, and it just goes, we started like this, and now we're kind of just flatlining a little bit. I feel like ordering something very, very unhealthy, but I don't think I will. Do you stack cash for entries lower? Yep. Man, I want to understand the trend. Can you please explain your thoughts about moving? What do you mean about moving? The trend. The trend is down. I've been munching on kebab for the last 2 days. Probably a dumb idea to order a family size one. Oof. Kebab is so good, man. So, so good. Do you trade options? I leverage trade. Futures. Come on, Bitcoin. Hey, what exchange do you use to buy spot Bitcoin? I use Bluffin. Guys, I use Bluffin for literally everything. It's my go-to exchange. When I hold spot Bitcoin for a long time, then of course I hold it in cold storage. But for buying, for leverage trading, everything, I use Bluffin. It's my go-to. And it's the second link in the description down below. Speaking of which, let's see how we're all doing from the trading competition perspective. We haven't taken a look at it in a little bit of time. They got a couple more members, a couple more whales. We're currently ranked 3rd out of thousands of teams. I have to say, though, we should be proud if we end up in the top 3. I think that given how small the YouTube channel is, we are very, very active. Most of these people either have gazillions of dollars or they are a bigger channel than I am. Like down below, you have Jason Casper at number 4. So if you want to join, guys, let's try to get to that number 1 spot. Get a burger, the best food ever made. Burgers are so good. Okay, I need to order something. Yeah, if we just chop here. So little volatility, we're going to go to the 5-minute chart. Dude, Matt, you're making me hungry. Sorry, guys. You've been watching Roland Garros? Roland Garros? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I think Zverev is feeling the pressure. It's his chance, man. It's his chance. Alcaraz and Sinner out in the early round. Alcaraz didn't even get into the tournament because of his injury. If he's gonna win one, it's gonna be now. And there's a lot of up and coming talent though. So let's see. Jim Cramer said Michael Saylor murdered Bitcoin. It's time to long. I know Jim Cramer is historically a meme, but honestly, at this point, Saylor is also a meme. So it really depends on yeah. I would like to see Saylor blow up a little. I would like everyone, just saying my thoughts out loud, I would like everyone to freak out. I would like Saylor to blow up. I would like him to sell thousands of Bitcoins. Everyone is just capitulating, freaking out, and then we all have the opportunity to buy lower. That's what I would like to see. But the only way that we get that opportunity to buy significantly lower is if the market is in free fall and everyone gives up. Everyone's like, no, Bitcoin is bullshit. It's not going to stick around. And then when everyone gives up, that is when I will be doing my best on the channel, but of course in my community, telling you guys when I'm buying and entering some swing long trades. So how's that 4-hour candle looking? It actually looks okay. Assuming in the next 5 minutes we don't completely just capitulate, it looks okay. But unfortunately, it looks okay not in the sense that we're just going to skyrocket, but rather in the sense of there's going to probably need to be some more chopping around for more clarity here. Wizior says he has a long trade since $3. Well, that's something, my man. Boris, would you say right now would be an okay price to deploy a little bit of cash, like 5%, if you do not have a spot bag at the moment? I think we're going to go lower. That's just my personal opinion. But you have to make your own decision, right? If it keeps you up at night to not have any exposure into Bitcoin, then maybe you only use 1 or 2%. And this is not financial advice. You have to do what's right for you. I'm okay with playing the long game and being patient. Gemagov sounds good. Do you think we hit 60K today? Right now, the probabilities would favor no. When I started the live stream, my answer was more yes than no. But right now, as the price action develops, I'd probably say no. I sold 60% of my short at 62K from 80K. Congratulations. That is a great trade. Bro, who's in the chat asking me about alt season? Sulex, I think people need to remember that I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of my own insights and my overall market analysis, and that I am not a fortune teller. I think it's a good reminder to share that with you guys, because some of the questions that I get, like, when do we have to hit 60K? Everyone seems to be, whether you're a bull or a bear, very deterministic. I don't want to generalize, but I don't know when we're going to hit 60K. All I know is that we had a staircase up, elevator down approach. And I think that 60K will be breached. It's just a matter of when. Sulex, my man, you did say tomorrow we hit 60K, question mark? Tomorrow? Yeah, alts are actually holding up reasonably well. Bro, how are you streaming over 5 hours? No other guy in crypto does it. I think there's a couple of German guys that do it. But I'm pacing myself because I think I could go for longer, but I need to make sure that it's spread out well, because you want to make sure that you can maintain the kind of momentum. Otherwise, guys, don't get offended if I don't read your question. Sorry, there's a lot of questions coming in. No, I did. Jero Tillmans, no, I didn't read your question. Let me scroll up and see if I could find your question. Jero Tillmans, it looks close to topping out with the S&P 500. Is that your question? Oh no, there. Hi there. I heard there are signs that the S&P has some bearish indicators moving down. What's your take on that? I see the S&P 500 doing a 20% correction, so would see Bitcoin down to $48,000-$50,000. That is that's completely logical, my man. That is completely logical. So, look, the thing that we know with the S&P 500 is that the topping process is not the same as Bitcoin. So, you know, what usually happens with the S&P, I think that the top is probably getting close, but I'm not in the business of calling tops for the S&P 500. What happens with the stock market is that it's such an established asset class that we very rarely just puke in a straight line. It's a lot of chopping around and less convincing, especially here, less and less convincing all-time highs before you see a big move to the downside. Right now, we're not in that phase, right? There's a chance that what could happen here is the stock market just chops and chops, and then we have another all-time high, and then we have another all-time high. And if we start forming this rounding process, then we have a lower high, then we start dropping, right? But I don't know when the stock market will top. But I would imagine that any weakness for the stock market, Bitcoin would experience that weakness times 2. It's just what we've seen, right? Krypton Dawn is a little bit more bullish. PMI pointing up. Clarity Act about to pass. At the 200 EMA. End of war potentially. US government talking about buying 5% Bitcoin. I mean, guys, to each their own. If you want exposure to the market, that is your decision to make. For me personally, I'm chilling. I would say food in Dubai is around the same as in Canada. Actually, groceries in Dubai are cheaper than in Canada. Canada's expensive, man. I'm telling you. I see some alt season talks. Um, let's take a look at Bitcoin dominance. I personally don't think that this is altcoin season again, and I'll explain why. Just because you guys see Bitcoin dominance red, some people see this and they're like, oh man, wow, this is great. Bitcoin dominance is red, alt season starts now. Are we seeing some altcoins do good against Bitcoin? The answer is yes. Are we still in a macro uptrend for Bitcoin dominance? The answer is also yes. So what this means is if Bitcoin drops, maybe alts just drop a little bit less, dollar-wise. So that could also be what contributes to Bitcoin dominance dropping. Bitcoin could be going down, altcoins could be going down as well, but they go down less in proportion to how Bitcoin is going down. So you need to remember that. Bitcoin dominance dropping like this doesn't necessarily mean that altcoin season is here. If Bitcoin starts pumping and Bitcoin dominance does this, then yeah, then you know altcoins are pumping more. And so it is something for us to consider. But right now, altcoins have effectively, as a whole, dropped less than Bitcoin because they have been so beaten down. I mean, look at this Bitcoin dominance uptrend, guys. It's just straight up, basically. Now we're starting to show a little bit of weakness. So let's see. If Bitcoin pumps, then maybe. Guys, all the trades that you're seeing, if you want to trade the market with me, this big Bitcoin short where I am currently up around $600,000, it's been fluctuating a little bit, but we've realized around 380. Remember, all of the trades that I share in my premium group, DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram, which is free, and you'll be able to join. Just click the first link in the description down below, but I'll share it in the chat right here if you want to join. You're trading with your own money. You have to sign up to one of these affiliate exchange links that I use. I would recommend Bluffin if you can. It's where I trade most of my capital. So I look forward to seeing you guys on the other side. I was down 60% on my short and now I am up 75%. I had a belief and you always match my TA. That's awesome. That's good, man, but you need to protect your position. You know, maybe it was stressful. Maybe the idea there is you want to, you know, shape, like, that's a risky way to play it. If you're down that much on a trade, usually you want to get stopped out before you're down that much, and then afterwards you can re-enter when you get more favorable price action. Roth Trader says he sees us ranging until Sunday. Sulex, yo. I want to know your opinion in a potential rebound at 70K before a drop under 60K. Maybe guys, maybe we get a pop up. If stocks show strength, I think that it could be possible. Although currently it is not my base case. Based on where we are now, I would be leaning more towards a sweep of the 60K lows before we revisit above 70K. Thank you for sharing. Do you think 50K before 70K? That's a good question. Because we know that in June what can happen is you get a dump, which we've seen at the beginning of the month, and then you can get a bounce, and that bounce could bring us back up to 70K. I don't think that those above 80K highs will be breached, to be honest. Wizior is completely correct. You guys are too focused on what Sailor will do. Just watch the chart, and money has been leaving crypto for stocks. People are waiting for SpaceX like madmen. We will be bullish later. Agreed. How are we doing? Like check. Like check. 636? Or are we higher? 663. This might be a record like. Let's get to 700 legends. I think we could do it. And we require good conditions. Stocks, unfortunately, are pumping, right? And so this doesn't mean to me that Bitcoin has to pump, but rather Bitcoin could just chop around. But it would be unreal if Bitcoin just made a new low with stocks pumping. It would be unreal. Let's see. Let's see. We are pretty oversold, but it can stay oversold for quite some time. Just wondering what your exit strategy is with your big Bitcoin shorts. I'm probably going to take some more profits if we are to hit 60K lows, sweep those lows. I'll take some more profits. Then I will likely continue to hold that position down to the 50s, which I think can be hit. 55. I'll probably start at 55. And then after I've taken more profits, and ideally at that point I've realized around $500,000 on this trade, I will probably keep the rest of the position with my stop loss at break even, play with the unrealized profits, and then if we get a move back up to above 70, likely add to my position again. That's a summary of what I'm thinking of doing here. Mohammed Khalaf has a bunch of laughing emojis because he doesn't think Bitcoin could go in the 50s. How much did you enter with that short, Matt, to make 500K? I entered, it was a big one, 5% of my total trading portfolio. So obviously I've shaved it off. We go down here. Right now there's only 60K in margin at 15x leverage, but there was more, way more than that because I've been shaving profits, re-adding, etc. Guys, I'm kind of baffled. I'm not going to lie. I thought that with stocks doing what they're doing now, Bitcoin would at least get more relief. But it's like, what is this, guys? It's pretty dead. It's pretty dead. I think we're gonna range around before breaking lower, to be honest. I hope that we can break lower on the stream so we can catch it. But let's see. Let's see. It's pretty damn dead. I mean, guys, it makes a lot of sense. Some of you, again, will ask me, why? Why is the stock market pumping and why is Bitcoin struggling so much? And the answer, once more, my friends, is because in a bull market, Bitcoin pumps way more than stocks. And it's the price that we have to pay in a bear market. We've seen this before. This is not new. Stocks have made all-time highs before in bear markets for Bitcoin, and Bitcoin has continued to struggle against stocks and on its dollar valuation. So just because stocks are at all-time highs, it doesn't mean that there's going to be this massive rotational play. That's not how it works. But once we've established the bear market bottom, it is highly likely that Bitcoin will be outperforming stocks massively, as we've seen time and time again. That is my base case. So I'm not stressing out about this price action. It's normal. This drawdown is normal, to remind you guys. It is totally normal. Jero Tillmans, look, I don't want to be the guy to give these crazy moon boy predictions. If you've been watching me for a while, you know that that's not my brand. But I do think that in our lifetime, we could be seeing 1 mil per Bitcoin. It's a crazy, crazy target. I understand that. But maybe in our lifetime, we can see it. A man can dream, right? A man can dream. Mohammed Khalaf thinks that the Asians will pump Bitcoin. Let's see. Purchase Media, dang, you still live, my man. Yes, sir. Catch you later, Reflector67. Thank you for joining the stream. I know you're a little bit more bullish, but thank you for joining. It's really good that we have different opinions and we can converse. I won't be alive when Bitcoin hits 1 million. How are we looking? We're getting close to 6-hour live stream, my friends. It's pretty solid considering the price action. Would you short Zcash? Maybe. It looks like it's forming a head and shoulders on the daily, but it really depends on Bitcoin's price action, right? Do you do you pee in a bag under the table, Matt? I've peed 3 times watching a stream. I've peed once so far. I've left. I ordered some food, and I've been drinking my water. I drink a lot of water. My body's used to it. But once my food arrives, I will go to the washroom. Oh, it actually arrived 8 minutes ago. So I'm going to drink my water. I'll go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a lower high. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's possible that he wins Tillman's. I think it's a good opportunity for him to finally win. And game time does matter. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. I've earned it. No, it's a healthy beef wrap. We're getting nothing here today, guys. What is this? What is this? The only reason Bitcoin's holding up is because stocks are, in my opinion. $6.85. Legends. We got 15 more likes in us, guys. I don't think today will be the 1,000, but we got 15 more likes in us. I know we do. I know we do, guys. Come on. Smash up that like button. I know it's boring price action, but we've stayed on the stream for almost 6 hours now, hoping for some fun price action, but this is not fun at all. But I enjoy spending time with you guys. Don't get me wrong, I love shawarma. It's just not healthy. The second you see any bearishness for stocks, I think Bitcoin is cooked. Gemma Gov. All right, Matt. I know you're busy right now, but I just sent over my UID with my account funded. Sounds good, man? If you did it through the bot, you should be able to automatically get a link to join the group. If you're confirmed under my UID and you've deposited funds to your account, we have it structured in a way where my team nor I need to step in. So you should be added to the group if that's the case. I'm eating a beef wrap. It's a healthy meal place. Low calories, high protein kind of place. Oh, I'm already in your group. I just moved from Velto to Bluffin. Sounds good. Here, Gemma Gov. While I'm eating, I'll check. Okay, I see you. I see you. After the live stream, I'll contact the Bluffin team and I'll try to get you those VIP tiers. But keep in mind that I think they're valid for like 1 month. And then based on your trading volume or if you've deposited more, etc., that's when you can get other bonuses or if the bonuses remain. I don't think it's like a full free ride, but you get a minimum of 1 month with better fees if you deposited 25K plus. But I'll let you know. Are you waiting for a long opportunity or are you adding to your short? I am not adding to my short. I'm looking for a long. But if I wasn't in a short, I would be hesitant to long. If I like the Hyperliquid token, why not trade on the platform? That's a good question. Personally, I actually prefer centralized exchanges. I have had better experiences with centralized exchanges than decentralized exchanges. I know that sounds crazy, but genuinely, I prefer it. I also have a very, very good relationship with the Bluffin team, and that took a long time to build that relationship. I like their platform. That's that. But I cannot ignore the overall usage of the Hyperliquid platform. But I just prefer trading on here. Just keeping it real. It's more convenient. I prefer it. And I also prefer not having my cold storage attached to any DEX. That might sound weird, but I just prefer to have my cold storage just as that cold storage. I don't use it for trading funds, nothing. Did you make more money longing on your way up or shorting on your way down? Do you mean longing on my way up in the bull market? I definitely made more money overall in the bull market than I'm making now. But I'm still this trade that you're seeing here is probably one of my biggest trades ever. It is my biggest trade ever. I'm sitting on 600K in profits. So yeah, it's my biggest trade ever. Funny how that comes in a bear market, but hey, when you get the favorable price action, this is what I like about bear markets. You can climb up, you can take the stairs up, and then eventually what happens is the elevator down comes. And when it happens, you wake up in the morning and you are in significant profits. Being broke is a choice, but being poor is a mindset. Agreed. I only have a Japanese bank account. Can I open an account on your platform? I'm pretty sure this platform works in Japan. I'm pretty sure. I don't know anything about Mika, to be honest, guys. You can try to see which platforms work for you. I have all the links in the description down below. Totally up to you which one you use. You don't have to use Bluffin. I use Weeks as well. I use sometimes BTCC, 2-bit. How do you have time for your girlfriend with all this trading? So I'll tell you guys something. My girlfriend lives in another country. So that's how I have time. When I am with her, I definitely have less time. What are your thoughts on Quant Fury? I think I used it when I was back in Canada. I'm just going to finish this messy thing in the kitchen. 2 minutes. And then I'm back. Are we getting the dump? Are we getting the dump, guys? Still there, you're a hero. Thank you, man. We nuked for you, bro. Welcome back. Let's see. There's just no interest in Bitcoin here, guys. Did stocks have a little 5-minute correction? Is that why? Not even. Unreal. Jean de Machin, he says 100K USD on Bluffin. Are you able to add me under your account without me having to create a new account? Man, we used to be able to do that. They did this like referral transfer, which made it super easy. But now they no longer do that. So unfortunately, and it doesn't take that long, you can just make a new account if you want to join, man. I'd love to have you. I would recommend just making a new account, and you can also just close the other account. So if you did KYC, not sure if you do that, but if you did, you can get it on the new account as well. Callie K, we enjoy spending time with you, Metzir. Awesome. Yeah, it's fun. This is fun for me, guys. This is fun. This is my most viewed live stream, guys, by far. We're sitting at 10,000 cumulative views, which is pretty solid considering the size of my channel. I'm sure bulls of YouTubers are talking about you right now, doing long hours live trading and predicting and spot on the bear market lows. Yes and no. So one thing that I noticed, I just don't think that a lot of these guys just don't have it in them to do the long live streams. When we started this and Bitcoin was sitting, or when we started this, I was doing 1 to 2 hour live streams at most. And now like I said, I was building up a tolerance. I feel much better. We just hit 6 hours. Bitcoin's getting a pump because the stock market turned green there. Unbelievable. I almost want to wait until the stock market closed because I feel like that's when Bitcoin will make its next big move. But what I was getting at is I don't think there's that many people that are willing to stay live like this and spend their time doing this. I just don't. Thoughts on this tweet? The Fed is set to inject 6.5 billion into the economy tomorrow. Purchase media. Yeah, how many times have you seen tweets like that, right? My wife doesn't like you, Matt. She said I'm spending more time with you than her, but also she thinks that Bitcoin is a scam. I tried explaining for 8 years that it's not. Damn, man. Damn. That's a deadly combo because 1, you're spending too much time with me, and 2, she believes that what we're discussing together is a scam. That's tough. That's tough. But what I will say is if you show your wife your profits that you're making trading this market, maybe then it'll get her to turn a corner and she'll see that this is not a scam. We take advantage of the volatility to the upside and to the downside. Kurt de Groot, do you take some longer vacations during the year not looking at charts? I haven't taken a long vacation in quite some time. And every single time that I've taken time off, and this is probably an issue of my own, I have struggled to unwind. Like even on the weekends, I'm constantly thinking about, oh, like what are like the next live stream or the next piece of content that I'm going to put out or the next video just in general, the next trade. It's hard. Trading does that to you. Because even when I wasn't producing content on YouTube and I was trading the markets, I was always just staring at the charts. So a lot of people try to make it seem like trading is easy, and I probably am one of those people with my swing trades, entering long, entering short, and holding the position. But it's not easy. It's incredibly rewarding because it feels like you can basically print money out of thin air if done right. But it's hard to unwind. I wake up in the morning and I'm just thinking about the charts. And in order to mitigate this, like my phone is plugged in way outside of my bedroom. I don't even have, yeah, like it's inaccessible. I have a separate alarm clock, and that has helped me sleep better at night. And in the morning, I also try for the first hour to just not look at my phone. If you're happy, that's all that matters. It shouldn't matter. That's all that matters. It shouldn't care. Exactly. And I like what I'm doing, so I am happy. We should have a holiday for bull and bear. Everyone buys and sells on those days. Last to leave holds the bag. Yeah, I'm new to leverage trading and find myself with my phone in my hand all the time. Went on a golf trip this weekend to Scotland and was opening scalps on the 8th green waiting for my pal to putt. Yeah, that's why I'm no longer a scalper. So at least with swings, and because I'm comfortable with the risk that I take, if my position is in drawdown, it's in drawdown. I have my invalidation, and that's totally fine. If it's in profits, it's in profits, and I just move on, right? Scalping is, again, I would highly recommend it for people that are getting into crypto and getting into trading in general, because it lets you get more entries, you get more time under tension. Sulex, 100% my man. You have to scalp to become swing. I agree. I think that scalping is the way, is the path to be able to successfully be a swing trader. You need that time under tension. And that's a very good question, Kurt de Groot. Do you have a target to stop actively trading at some point, like money-wise, age-wise? Yes and no. So I think that as my trading career progresses, the only thing that will really change is the time frame of my trades. So currently, you guys know I'm a swing trader, and sometimes I hold my trades for multi-week periods, sometimes over a month or two, depending on if I'm adding to the position. And I think that as I progress, it's going to probably transition into multi-month periods, multi-month trades, multi-year trades, maybe not so much with leverage down the line when I have ideally a ridiculous amount of capital. So unless I have a big higher time frame thesis that I want to see play out, and as long as you have your invalidations to know when you're wrong, so I think it's just going to get stretched how long I'm in a trade for. I think it's going to get stretched as I progress in my trading career. And that's what I've noticed so far, from scalping to swing trading. I had a friend that never went to school. He always dodged it, but he had a saying I'll never forget. He said, I can't read or write, but I can count money, and now he's doing very well for himself. It's true. It's true. Money buys freedom. I have to be honest, I'm feeling surprisingly good for this long live stream. The only thing that's annoying is for you guys, this price action. I know we're chatting a little bit, but this price action, man, like there is no, the longer we spend below these highs, the more likely it is that we come back down. And, you know, this low was created at 6 a.m. my time. The last low was created at, was it this one that I'm talking about? Like at 3 in the morning. So I'm not going to stay live till 3 in the morning. It is currently almost 9 p.m. over here in Dubai. What if price just wicks to 200K? If price wicks to 200K, I will get stopped out of my Bitcoin short position. Guys, if you haven't already, let's destroy that like button. We are at 715 likes. It is officially a record on the channel. 715 likes. Absolutely amazing, guys. What the fuck was that question? Yeah, I think that's the thing. We're running out of things to talk about when someone asks me about what I would do if price just wicks to $200. What can you do, right? Let's go through some questions. I'll go through the chat right now as we wait for this price action to develop. You make it look easy. It took years to make this seem easy. We should have a holiday for bulls and bears. Everyone buys and sells on those days. Last to leave holds the bag. I read that already. That's how you know I'm getting tired. I heard government bonds in the USA are increasing interest rates to 7 to 8%, which would mean barely any difference with the S&P. I mean, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You get a certain amount of capital, you just put it in there, get that interest. Hopefully you beat inflation. Seems pretty attractive. Are you a raver? I've gone to raves before, but it's not my, it's not the thing I enjoy the most. Let's just put it like that. Is it good to short here, Sulex? You know what? I'm going to tell you something that most traders probably won't tell you. It's good to do nothing here. As Trader Roth was saying earlier, like, it's good to do nothing here. I'm in my positions. I'm sitting on my hands. People are overly eager. It's good to do nothing. Hello, legend. Yaz Shah, he's back. What do you think would be a good buy for hype? That's a good question. Let's take a look at hype. I would be very glad to see sub 45 down to 30. Down to 25. Like I mean, it really depends on what happens in the market. If we just puke across the board, this thing can go below the liquidation low. Like if we get anything below this, I mean, it's an easy buy for me, easy. But that's the thing, we're pretty high up now, so it's hard to tell where the opportunity or when that opportunity would come. But as always, guys, any spot buys, any leverage trades, anything I do in this market is always shared in my premium group. If you want to join, just DM me the keywords CBM on Telegram and you'll be able to join for free. The only requirement is that you've signed up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you'd normally do with your own capital. I choose Bluffin. I also have a position open on Weeks. 2bit I've also traded on before. These are solid platforms. So if you can, I'd choose Bluffin probably. And I'll leave that in the chat right now again. Not gonna lie, that's kind of what I wanted to hear. Hype is hanging off a cliff right now. Why don't you trade the Bitcoin inverse chart so you can get Bitcoin cheaper as we go? I'm happy to get it in USDT and then buy. It's fine. Dubai Marina or Dubai Mall Burj Khalifa region to stay live? Personally, I would prefer Marina area because I'm near that. So yeah, because you're close to the beach, you have a nice marina, and if ever, like, this is the thing, the Burj Khalifa area it's nice, but I prefer walking around these ends. I think that hype can go over $100. I just saw that comment. I don't think it's unreasonable. It's just a matter of when could something like that even happen. Yes, I watched Top Boy. Yes, sir. Of course I did. What is your long position plan? For me to enter a more higher conviction long, I'd want to see a minimum, like I want to see a sweep of these lows, 61, which is, we're $2,500 away, $2,600 away, 61.3 or 59.88. So a sweep of the lows or a sweep of the most recent lows is what I'd be eyeing. So I hope that answers your question. I've discussed this in my group as well. I'm not overly eager to jump into any new trades. I have to keep it real with you guys. I'm comfy in my shorts, as I like to say. And yeah. Live Trader 7193. Help. I'm long at 71K. Can Bitcoin reach that? Currently, it's not my base case. Divvy Yank, is hype acting like Solana did in the last bear market? I actually think that we're going to see similar price action. And that's one of the reasons why when someone asked me about Solana, I was kind of thinking, I'm more interested in hype. Because remember, a lot of people like to do the spray and pray strategy in altcoins. So they just put a little bit of money in a bunch of different altcoins. It's much better, in my opinion, to do like go into a high conviction alt. High conviction. There's no such thing, but you get what I'm saying. Mostly in Bitcoin, always, as I've been saying, but a higher conviction altcoin and sticking with it, in my opinion. Because every dollar that you put spread across multiple altcoins is an opportunity cost. If that altcoin is not outperforming another one, well, you should have had more capital in that other one that's outperforming. So, not financial advice. Let's go Bitcoin. There's just, it's important to measure opportunity costs. The most bullish chart in crypto, USDT plus USDC dominance. We're going to break these highs. And when we break these highs, it coincides with the 60K lows. And let's zoom out a bit. Let's go on the monthly here. Stablecoin dominance is likely going to make a higher high. And this coincides probably with near Bitcoin's bottom. It's high up there. Let's usually when I get football on Thursday evening, we get pullbacks in crypto, kicking off in a couple hours. Well, good luck. Good luck at your football. And maybe we do get that pullback. Mine was XRP. Shit is cooked. Yeah, XRP is a shit coin, as we've discussed. Sorry, guys. I know there's some XRP supporters here, but it's, you know, you have to use your head. Bitcoin looks like it kind of wants to drop. Are you supporting France this World Cup? Yes, but again, as we've discussed, Spain has better team chemistry. France has the best team on paper. My mother-in-law told me to buy XRP at 2.85. All right, guys, are we getting some movement down here or what? Is this just going to chop us out? What do we think? Hourly candle for Bitcoin closes in 1 minute and 30 seconds. It looks like we can potentially drop here. So let's see. If you haven't already, my friends, destroy that like button. Let's see if we can get to 750 by the time this stream ends. I'm seeing that some people are starting to tune out, and understandably so, because this has been, look, these are hourly candles. These are hourly candles right here, and it's been one up and down. So nothing has really happened here. Hourly candle is now officially in, and so we shall see. Corwin, when is the next stream with your friends from last week? I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I'm visiting one of them, so maybe we'll do one like side by side. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I got some really good feedback from you guys, so if you enjoyed it, we can do it. I don't think XRP will make a new all-time high in the next 5 years. It's a reasonable view. It really is. Got the blue light glasses. The top of these are so funny. My opinion on Solana is that it doesn't make sense for me to have my capital in there. I don't think that it will be a strong performer in the next bull market. I don't think so. Roth Trader, I actually think it's possible. Live Trader, my man, you talked about your 71K long. Salute, bro. Healthiest live stream. Salute. Live Trader, my man, you talked about your 71K long before. I I don't have confidence telling you that Bitcoin's going to go back up there. I don't. Right now, this is local price action. We're at 63 and a half. I think we're going to sweep the 60K lows at some point relatively soon. And so I don't know what to tell you. Professor Crypto with the glasses. I need to clean these so badly. Matt, how are you? I'm doing good. Doing well. Keeping up. I'm telling you guys right now, if Bitcoin nukes, it's going to be an all-nighter live stream for me. I'm going to make it happen. However, if we just chop around here, like if in the next, maybe we give it a little bit more time here, but like if we can't break this low, I would suspect that it will be the end. Yeah, confirmed. Morov, ETH, 35, 10-hour stream if we nuke. Yeah. If we nuke, 10-hour stream. 10-hour stream. I'll make myself a coffee at nighttime and I'll stay up. But it doesn't look that likely. While I do think Bitcoin will be going lower, I think that it's highly unlikely that we do it. Unless we can aggressively breach these lows at 63K, then we start talking. Well, we've been at it for 6.5 hours. Matsur, any advice for growing a crypto community? Two pieces of advice. One, you have to be extremely consistent with your content. Extremely consistent. Like to the point where sometimes even if you feel like there's nothing to talk about, people want to know your thoughts on the market, and it's a privilege to be able to give people your thoughts on the market. So don't take it for granted. Meaning, yeah, you can have a couple days of the week off, but it's important to be very, very consistent. And number two, and this isn't, I mean, it is in your control, it's not in your control, you have to be more right than you are wrong. Because people, and you have to trade the market in a way that reflects exactly what you're saying in your videos. So for example, if I'm in a Bitcoin short and I think Bitcoin is going lower, but Bitcoin pumps, well, people still respect that because it's like, okay, I lost money on my short, but I put my money behind what I was saying. So those would be my two pieces of advice. Be more right than you are wrong, / make sure you're trading according to what you're saying, and be very, very consistent with your content output. Shop City. Milkman. That's a good question. When you shop, say for a new iPhone, do you ask the guy for the most expensive version in the shop or spend time messing about choosing a phone based upon specs? I have to be honest, guys, at this point, I just try to get the best possible specs. If it's a few extra $100, I just get the best one. So I'm not picky with that in terms of trying to save every dollar. I don't do that anymore. I don't do that. I spend my money. I spend my money. I want to close long at 68K. Better than wait until 71. I don't know. We can get a bounce from around this zone. There is a lot of short liquidity, but there's no interest in crypto. We'll have to see how the ETFs close today, but it's just been non-stop selling. And Coinbase Premium says the exact same thing. A little bit less selling pressure. Rico, you're not going long. It's not at an interesting level for me. If you're new to the stream, Rico, I wait until my levels are hit, and if they're not hit, I simply don't take a trade. Live Trader 7193, but RSI on daily is oversold, also 4 hours, so no dead cat bounce. Look, all I'm going to say is that it might be that kind of analysis that may have put you in the current position that you're in. You always need to have invalidations, and longing Bitcoin from $71,000 and letting it drop all the way down to 61K is pretty insane. Pretty insane. No stop loss? Mario Links, you fly Emirates first class, Matsir, spend it. Yes, that I do. Although, only a bit. I find that business class is far more worth it. In terms of, like, I don't need to take a shower on the flight. But I've done it. It was pretty cool. But it's not necessary, right? But you get best value for money business class. And honestly, if it was a shorter travel for me between Dubai and Canada, I probably wouldn't even do it. But it's a 12 to 13 hour trip every single time I go back and forth. So I prefer to be able to lay flat and sleep. So basically what I was saying is I spend money on convenience and experiences. What's the best way to learn to trade? Is there a channel or book you would recommend? Um, Gosh. Like, how I learned a long time ago was watching a lot of people like myself online. And then I managed to sort out through the bullshit, find a couple of good guys that I really liked back in the day, that these guys are not even like publishing on YouTube anymore. And I use, like I always say, I use their analysis, and I really tried to just create my own analysis based on what they were saying and based on what I was starting to observe in the charts. And it's, again, it's like building a muscle, time under tension. So eventually you come to your own conclusions, you make your own decisions when it comes to trading, and then you no longer need anyone, right? But you have to put some skin in the game. No demo accounts. Global investor, wow, you're still live. Yes, I am, my friend. Did you blow up your accounts? Oh, I've blown up multiple accounts. Is it super humid there? I have traveled to Amman, Egypt, but wonder about Dubai. You know what, guys? Sometimes I notice that it's not that humid here. When it's 38 degrees in Dubai, I find that it's about, when I go back to Canada sometimes in the summer, Canada's very, very humid. It's like the equivalent of 32 with humidity in Canada. So it's hot, it's very hot, but it's not super humid. Yeah, trading is mostly about risk management, exactly. Are you friends with the Tate brothers? No, I am not. I said that I saw Andrew Tate walking in a mall once here, but I'm not friends with them. Biggest loss you had? 6 figures. On, was it ETH? Something, yeah, I think it was. It was just under, actually. Hey man, I was at work when you started. I'm back home now. You're still on. Bless you, mate. Yes, sir. I guess I have been on for a while, eh? What do we think, guys? Are we... Are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get it? Give me something. Give me something worth streaming for. Stock market looks a little bit roundy here. Give it to me. Give it to me. This price action, the price action in the next 30 minutes will determine how much longer I go. But I will go for a minimum of 30 more minutes. Guys, I know I don't always take trades on the stream, but I am a swing trader at heart. If you want to see how I've been trading the market, seeing these trades that I've documented within my group, where I'm currently up around 600K, you have the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram to join my private group for free. You just have to sign up with one of the affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you'd normally do. Let's see, guys. I think we're going to get more downside. I've been talking about it. Do you have any Indian friends? I do. I'm actually really good friends with a guy who lives in India, and he works in a very big business over there. My son is obsessed with trading. He's only 10 years old. What do you suggest? Okay, so it's important to understand if he's actually obsessed with the trading itself or if he's obsessed with the dopamine hits of seeing the numbers and the price go up and down, because that's a separate issue, right? Especially at such a young age. Like I was always intrigued by money, but I was never obsessed with trading at that age. I'm trying to think. I had a pretty normal childhood where I was always out playing sports, always with friends. And so you have to see whether or not, is it a gift for him? Is he really, really into it and he loves it and he could make it into, his life? Or do you think it's just like a phase, right? Because kids go through phases when they grow up. But either way, it is impressive to be into that at such a young age, especially if he knows the technicals and things like that, or he's just really intrigued about learning. That's awesome. Guys, I think we're gonna go down because Vision Pulsed Fat Boy is now on the stream. I didn't see him all day, and Vision Pulsed Fat Boy, whenever he says we're gonna go down, he's usually right. Vision Pulsed Fat Boy, my man, give me the signal. Are we going lower today? Can we sweep these lows at $61,300 today? I'm waiting for you, Vision Pulsed Fat Boy. I'm waiting for you. Or are we just going to chop around? While this is happening, how are we doing on the bluffing competition? We are currently third because these whales are crushing everyone. This group of 30 people. Insane. But guys, if you want to join this bluffing trading competition so we can hopefully win the most prizes, we're currently third out of thousands of teams. You might as well sign up. You got that down below. I just shared it in the chat. We do have a lot of liquidity between 61 and 60K. But we're getting a bounce. No! Can we get back to 75K first, or how lower first? I would lean more to sweeping the lows. I think we can potentially get back to 75K after sweeping the lows, depending on what kind of price action we get into summer. But I would want to see us sweep these lows first, like down here. Bro, you look like a modern day Warren Buffett. It's my blue light glasses. If I'm gonna do the long live streams into the nighttime, I need these glasses. Gotta protect my eyes. I think Bitcoin will bottom somewhere between 60 and 70% from its all-time high, a drawdown from there. So that puts Bitcoin 60 to 70%. Look at that stock market, hardly a little correction, hardly. 15-minute chart, guys, 15-minute chart. And Bitcoin is doing this. We are weak. We are weak. If stocks close the day in the negative, if this is like the midday reversal for stocks, it could get ugly. You still on the live stream? Can't believe it. Don't get burnt out. We need you to take your vitamins. I will not get burnt out, my friends. That's why on Wednesdays I do the video updates, and so will be Sundays. If this live stream, if we end up making a low, guys, and we drop significantly and I stay on the live stream, I think that tomorrow will be a video and I probably won't be able to go live because I'll be just burnt out. While you're doing it, you feel good, but then afterwards, I feel very, very tired. Yeah, Vision Pulse Fat Boy, I agree with you. I think we can get a bounce to 70K over the course of summer, maybe. Hey, Bitcoin, come on. Give us something. Give us something. Give us something to contend with here. So, Nibbles asks, do you read your DMs sometimes, Matt? After joining your Telegram and Bluffin, I have one question. I read some of my DMs. So if you're trading with a lot of capital, I do read those DMs and I get back to you. If you're not, then usually it's my team that handles the DMs. Plus I have an automation that helps with adding members to the group. So you can ask your question here in the chat while I'm here. And I'm happy to address it here. Back when Trump launched his coin, crypto market took a hit because everyone wanted to invest in it. How much of that applies to SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI IPO? What are your thoughts? It's a valid comparison in the sense of everyone's interest gets pulled towards these new IPOs. But in Trump's situation, he launched a shit coin, right? It's a meme coin. So in terms of how the capital flows, yes, same thing. But it could mark a potential local top for the stock market. Whew. Live Trader 7193 says, why down for 82K and 61K without bearish news? OMG. Guys, news is irrelevant to trading crypto. Do you get spikes? Sometimes, but the higher time frame, and that's why I remain a swing trader, is largely unaffected by news. Bro, what was your starting capital for trading and where did it come from? As I've discussed many times, guys, I had a business and I also worked, and all of my capital from these two endeavors were poured into my trading to get to where I am today. So no, my parents did not give me money to trade with. That's not not at all the case. And Haris Official, I remember you from my last live stream. My man, if you keep spamming the same questions, I'm gonna have to remove you from the live stream. It's not fair for other people, and I'm trying to get through the comments, but then your name keeps popping up with the same question. Do you do courses? No, I don't have a course. Will you make a course or video or TA for indicators? I have considered it. Do you think it's too late to start a short now? I can't, again, I shared this in my group today. It would be irresponsible for me to tell people to go short now, considering my entry is literally above $80,000 and right below $80,000. Considering I've been shorting since $100,000 and added to that position, you don't short when you're getting close to a potential bottom. What happens if Bitcoin bounces from around this zone, right? We don't know. It's all about probabilities. I still think that the probabilities favor lower for Bitcoin, especially on the higher time frames. But more locally, what if this is a little bit of a double bottom and we bounce right back up? What if we come back down here and bounce right back up? What if we sweep the lows and come right back up? So it's very difficult for me to tell you, to give you a straight answer there. What was your business? I did social media marketing. Speaking of Whoop, I'll put the Whoop on. Looks dumpy. Looks a little dumpy here, guys. How long back did I start trading? Almost a decade. Roth Trader is spot on. Apart from football, do you watch or play cricket? No, I play tennis. My ETH short is up 300K, but my long is down 600K. Oof! Man. Does your girlfriend trade too? No. She has tolerated me talking about crypto like you would not believe. Nibbles, thanks, Matt. Not very comfortable posting about money. I'm not a big baller, but let's say 100K. I messaged you on Telegram. If that's the case, man, then I'm adding you into my priority folder. So I'll check right now on the stream. I'll check on my phone. Oh, Nibbles, I see you. Yeah, sorry, Nibbles. I also have an AI thing that we're trying to experiment with to help people. So one moment. Let me just let me add you to the folder. If that's what you deposited, then I have to add you to the folder. But first, let me verify. We're dropping a little bit, guys. I could see. Okay, yeah. So if you confirm that, it's funny because I'm talking to you on the live stream and on my phone. Let's just, I'll text you here. Okay. So we're dropping a little bit here. The question is, are we going to get a bounce for Bitcoin, or this is the other pinned message. All right, guys, if you want to trade with me, please remember, you know where to find me, guys. This big trade, all my updates were shared within my group as to how I was taking profits from this trade, where I entered, when I added to my position, and I will keep on giving you guys updates. DM me CBM on Telegram. It will trigger a bot. It is free. You basically just have to join the group, and after you sign up with one of the affiliate exchange links down below, you're good to go and you start trading on there with your own capital. I have a feeling that it would really be helpful if stocks rolled over, but I'm not going to call for that yet. What was your net worth when you were 20, if I may ask? Unfortunately, my friend, you may not ask. Net worth is something I specifically don't like discussing. You coming to the World Cup? Yes, I am. Can you add me in there as well? I trade with 30K. I can, as long as you've signed up with one of the affiliate exchange links down below. I would typically recommend Bluffin if you can. And once you've deposited that, I can also get you VIP tiers on Bluffin. But just let me know on Telegram. And if I don't answer immediately while I'm live streaming, please understand. I also have team members that kind of go through my messages because it's gotten pretty big. Legends, holy smokes. We did a 7-hour live stream. 7 hours. My eyes, this glasses really help. Wow. My eyes are bleeding. 7-hour live stream. Let's destroy that like button because this is the longest live stream that I've ever done in my entire life. 759 likes. I long CBM at 59 likes. You're in some significant profits. And the good thing with longing CBM is you're never going to get stopped out. You don't need a stop loss for longing CBM. Anyways. Wow, that flew by. I didn't even intend to do it. I was going to go for a good one, but 7 hours, happy with that. Put those glasses back on. You're not done yet. Give me some Nuki price action. This looks just ugly. Bro, it's been 7 hours. Aren't you tired? I'm exhausted, my man. But like I said, those of you that have been tuning in since I've started doing the live streams and not just the video content, you'll remember that when I started the live streams, I said, guys, I am competitive. I will be doing very long live streams, longer than some of the other German guys in the space. I just need to build up a tolerance. And so I was doing 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, back to 1 hour. Now we're doing 5 hours, easy. but I take a break in between. Yesterday was just a video update, and if you care about those video updates, you can watch that video because it still remains relevant for a few days. It's like 10:30 p.m. at night, right? No, it's currently 9:40 p.m. So I'm not gonna stay up super late, guys, because I have my routines in the morning that I have to attend to. Tom White, that's exactly who I'm talking about. Claudius, that's Claudius guy does the crazy live streams. I saw him do a 9-hour one, and he does he does live streams. These live streams every single day. Not to promote anyone else, but it's a German YouTuber. I think I can do that, but I think that guy's on something. But then again, maybe he's not. Maybe it's just building up the tolerance. It's Will Anderson. Isn't it 25K to get in your priority folder? So the way that it works on Telegram is if you're trading with 25K, you get to priority 3. If you're trading with 100K plus, you get to priority 2. And if you're trading with over 500K, and you've signed up with me, of course, and you're trading on Bluffin, for example, you get into priority 1. So this ultimately determines how quickly I answer you and who's the priority in terms of who I'm talking to on Telegram. We're getting a bit of new key price action. How's the stock market doing? Not even bad, guys. Imagine if this just doop. Tom White, no way, you're his Discord mod. Tom White, if you don't mind, I will pop open our chat on Telegram. Let me know your thoughts about the Discord if you don't mind sharing. I'd love to know because I want to see how I can improve my community, but I don't have the time to see other people's communities. Outside of chats and stuff, if he's actually a profitable trader, what he does differently than I do, is he a scalper? I don't really know. I just know that he just goes on these crazy live streams. So if you could give me some insights, Tom White, I'd absolutely love that in the DMs. That would be great, man. That would be great. Hey, do you think the reversal may happen? Bro, you've asked the same question 3 times in a matter of 1 minute. Please stop spamming the same questions. Reversal in terms of upside. I think that Bitcoin is going lower over the course of these next few weeks. And with this kind of price action, maybe we go ahead and sweep those lows. Let's see. What about 1K? Any priorities? Unfortunately not. We have a lot of members in the group that are trading between the minimum of 500 up to 25K. There's a lot of members in the group. And before the third priority folder was actually 10K, but more and more people came with more capital. And I only have a limited amount of time in my day, right, guys? So it's, yeah. Eventually, it's probably just going to be like 100K plus. But I do firmly believe that if most people focus and spend time learning how to trade properly, they can get there. I really do believe that. But discipline is an issue for most people. Brilo, did Bitcoin Cash drop? Oh, I was looking at that one. I mean, oof. Wow. Wow. Nice one. Nice dump. Nice stuff, man. Look at that. Nice. Whoever shorted that, congratulations. Awesome stuff. Awesome. Um, Nibbles, I'm messaging you. Okay. I wish you the best, so you are the best. Thank you, my man. Milkman had a good question. Is it not right to say that by the time you get to 100K, you already know what you're doing? It really depends, right? Some people start with 50K. I had one guy that I've been talking to recently in my priority folder. So if you have proper risk management, you're not going to multiply your capital like anything ridiculous in a short period of time. Because with proper risk management, it requires you to not take these super aggressive trades. But I have one guy recently that reached out to me, and he said he used my analysis to match with his own, decide when to enter trades, when was a good opportunities in this market, and he effectively turned, since December of 2025, trading the market, the shitty crypto market. He managed to, I think it was 25K into over 45K, something like that. And this is a guy that hadn't traded before. So I'm pretty happy with helping him out in that way. And there's also so to answer your question, Milkman, there's some people that start with 50K, and obviously it's easier to get to 100K if you start with 50K. There's some people that join immediately with 250K and they get to 1 million. So it really depends on how much capital you're starting with. But I would largely agree that if you can turn $1,000 into $100,000 and it's actually with proper risk management, which could take a while, of course, then yeah, then maybe you don't need my guidance. But it's just an extra thing that I offer if people have questions or concerns in my whale folder. I call it the whale folder. Or whale folders. How do you describe... Do you see 60K in the next few hours? I hope not, because I'm not gonna wait the next few hours, guys. We're at it for 7 hours and 15 minutes. If we could get a little bit of dippy price action, that would be very nice. If in the next 15-20 minutes we drop below 62.2, I can stretch it. Otherwise, we may not stay here. Andreas DDD, such a bully. Rick Ty, you're probably right, man. I'm off to sleep. Bitcoin should just stay where it is now until I come back. Probably. Enjoy your sleep, my man. 5-minute buy, of course, yes. Matsir, please work out your lower back for all the sitting. Oh, believe me, I do. I do work out my lower back. I also try to remain mobile. I want to be very, very mobile. I have a good, this is a good chair. Feels good. Sorry for the drumming again. Brilo is right. I should stop drumming. I don't have a course or program. Yeah, Shah. I'm concerned. Don't you get tempted for scalping sitting from the charts for this many hours? I mean, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. I make too much money swing trading to get tempted about scalping. If we get good sweeps, like maybe a sweep of here, hey, maybe a cheeky sweep of here, maybe a sweep of here, or maybe a sweep of here, perhaps. But this, like we didn't even, again, even for a shorting perspective, we hardly touched the high. You want to see a little bit more of a sweep. So the way that I trade is if there's no trade, I don't take anything, right? There's nothing you can do aside from just being patient. And if you guys want to see my swing trades in this market, you have the first link in the description down below. It is completely free because you're trading with your own money. You choose what you want to trade with. The minimum is 500, but we have members that are trading with 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, over 1 million even in some cases. It's totally up to you. All the instructions, once you DM the keyword CBM on Telegram, it's very, very easy. Okay, now we're getting a bounce. Yeah. So I am definitely not staying much longer if we start bouncing here. Can you link the playlist? Oh, I'm glad you like it. It's non-copyright music on Epidemic Sound. Let me make it better and maybe I'll link it some other time. We're getting some buying. Pumping. Mike, yeah, I know you're very experienced and disciplined, but how do you reason? If you see a legit setup on the lower time frame, but you choose not to take it, what's your reasoning? Well, it really depends on the market context, right? If I know, again, if I know that we're in a pretty severe downtrend, I am pretty damn picky about when I want to go long. Because the structure has proven itself time and time again that it is bearish. If we don't hit 60K today, it might be tomorrow, it might be over the course of the weekend, to be perfectly honest. So I hope that makes sense. I know that the structure is bearish, so for me to justify taking even a small long, it needs to be almost like a perfect setup. So, and from a shorting perspective, because I already have a massive position, again, I'm also not that eager to have to jump into a trade. I just sit back and just watch the price action develop until we get into some potential areas of interest. A live trader is freaking out now. Yeah. The way you always refer to the link is a masterpiece. Yeah, I've actually, guys, I also have a marketing background, right? And I know people don't like getting sold to, but again, my group is free, so it's, you know, you're trading with your own money. I try to, I've how do I say this? I've tried to do it in a way where it's hopefully not overbearing. Because I know that there's a lot of guys that are like, sign up with my link. Guys, if you want to join, you join. If you don't want to join, you don't have to join. But I'm obviously going to promote my free community because it helps people in there. And I've had such positive feedback with it that I'm going to keep promoting it. But I try to do it in a way where hopefully it doesn't irk you off. It has to flow. It can't just be that it needs to be promoted. If there's no opportunity, then yeah. It's funny that you, it's funny, Andreas, that you noticed that. I don't know if most people did. Let's switch to the 1 minute chart. Is this what you guys want? You degen traders? Music is indeed pumping. This is what keeps me up. Salvador Perez, you should start trading the market. Let's make money. How much did the altcoin daily piece help your channel? Like how many more members in the CBM group? I think I got like a couple, maybe 100. I think it worked because a lot of people were tired of altcoin nonsense. And it's just, I'd laughed about this before, but I had, you know, I was on the channel, which is arguably a channel for altcoins. And then people come to my channel. And in the first video where people come to my channel, you just have this goofball with a broccoli head bozo, as someone called me, saying that altcoins are not worth anyone's time and that they're shit coins. And I think that really bothered a lot of people. But over time, people realized like, shit, everything's bleeding against Bitcoin. It's factually correct. So it works in that way. It ended up being a success for sure. What was my top 3 win? Again, I think people are too caught up with percentages, guys. The amount of this, and this frustrates me, this really irks me. The amount of crypto influencers that will do this, they'll go here, and they will literally send this. They will show that and say, look how great of a trader I am. But why aren't you showing this? Why aren't you showing that? Because there's so many people that will literally trade with $1 at 400x leverage and show you the percentage gain of 1,000%. Guys, that's not real trading. That's nonsense. So for me, it's dollars in, dollars out. How much am I making? Dollars. Um, with good risk management. But I think my top 3 wins recently, at least, have been the last 2 that I can think of was when I shorted Tau in my group and I made 160K on the way down. And then when I longed Bitcoin at 80K in the previous range before we broke down. That one was like almost a $250,000 trade, I think. Those are the ones that come to mind. I lost almost all my money when I started. One more hour, guys. I don't think I will be able to do. Yeah, I lost a lot of money when I started as well. Yes, exactly. I've always been the kind to put big money in a trade and manage risk responsibly. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll take a couple scalps here and there in my group. And guys, if you want to know what my next big trade is going to be, you know where to find me. DM me the keywords CBM on Telegram. I'll leave the link here, but it's the first link in the description down below. But yeah, for the most part, I am a swing trader, right? And that's what swing traders do. I don't do these 1000%, 1000x things that you see online. It's just John Mustas, broccoli head bozo. Whoever called you that probably had a bald head like me. It's funny. I read that, and all of my friends and I, like, we just, sometimes you get hate online, right? And I'm putting myself in the spotlight when I produce this kind of content when I'm streaming for 7.5 hours. But some of the insults, you generally just have to sit back and laugh at it. And I think it was when I was bearish and Bitcoin, literally a few days later, Bitcoin dumped massively. And I was like, well, who's the broccoli head bozo now? It's still me. Still me. Andreas, thanks, my man. I appreciate you tuning in. How much did you make off those memes you mentioned? I made my biggest meme coin one was Chill Guy. I bought it at a $50 million market cap after finding the meme on TikTok. And the next morning, next morning into the next day, we were already almost at a $500 million market cap. So that was my best one ever. Absolutely, it is great. It is great to not take ourselves so seriously. 100%, guys. I know it's serious. I know I'm trading. I know I risk to lose capital trading, but I am an optimist, guys. Even though my bearish stance might not suggest it, at my core, I am an optimist. And so I don't reflect on the money that I could lose trading. I reflect on the potential gains. And as long as you have a level head, trading could be for you. Nibbles, I'm sorry, man. I can't do any song requests because the last time I did a song request, I got a copyright hit. So it has to be non-copyright music only. How are we doing on the competition? Oof. They're running away with it. We're currently third out of a few thousand teams. Guys, if you want to join this competition, remember, I just shared it in the group here. You look like Neymar. I've actually gotten that before. It's Will Anderson. I saw your question about long up above on gold, and I am actually considering looking at gold as well. Let's take a look at gold. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. We're holding on to that 200-day moving average. Very interesting. I think that gold will remain structurally elevated, to be honest. I don't think this will just puke. Interesting. Interesting. I'll try to see if there's a setup here. It's Will Anderson. Is the stock market nuking? Someone said... Oh, SpaceX. I read SPX. Guys, this is horrible. I mean, stocks are just grinding up. Bitcoin's just doing this. my friends. Doesn't looking at the charts drain you? Yeah. I'm hoping we retrace here, guys. If we retrace, I have to stay live a little bit longer. As long as you guys want me to stay live. If you want me to go, at this point, I have no issues. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna ask you guys. I'm gonna end the poll. I'm gonna start a new poll, guys. Guys, we had 1,200 votes on the poll. That's awesome. That is awesome. So I'm gonna ask. All right. The poll is up. Do I stay another 45 minutes? $800 likes soon. I love the way Matt is so comfy in his shorts, but appeases the bulls by looking distraught. Guys, I promise I'm a long-term Bitcoin bull. All right, what's the like count now? What are we saying? 793. You guys are smashing it. I think we could get to 800. Did he say, is the sky blue? Let's go. Yes. Guys, I hope you know, the longer I stay, the less likely it is that I get on a live tomorrow. I feel as if tomorrow would be a video day, but let's see. Let's see. Yes, you are the captain. You need to stay till the end. Thank you, Salvador. Appreciate it. On that note, I'm gonna make some tea then. If you guys are adamant on me staying, I will make a little bit of tea. It's 10:11 p.m. Dubai time. Aren't you tired? I'm exhausted. I would like to see a break here though. Like I've been since the start, Darren Mitchell. What a legend. And I've put my glasses on. Do you cook for yourself? Tradeverse 3006. That is a wonderful question because as you guys heard me say in the stream today, I value convenience and experiences. And from a convenience perspective, most of the time what I do is I order these really high-end, high-protein meals that get delivered right to my door. So I don't actually have to cook because I'm all about maximizing my time. So I hope that answers your question. I rarely cook. I do cook myself a nice big breakfast. I love, love, love eggs. Often I'll have steak and eggs, or I'll make like a huge omelet with like some veggies, some ham in there. Um, yeah. How does a Canadian end up in Dubai? A Canadian ends up in Dubai because he wants to strive on all fronts in life. That's how a Canadian ends up in Dubai. I'm a lot more chill when I go to Canada. It's up to you, man. You've been grinding. If we drop here, could we still get a drop to 40K near the end of the year? It's possible. Hello. I can't read your username, but hello. I'm gonna make myself some tea. What if we nuke at the end of the stream now? Does that mean I have to stay? What do we think? What if we just dump? After this, I am gonna pass out. The people worth listening to in the next bull market are the ones who did not abandon you in the bear. Completely agree. So many people just show back up in the bull market because it's, you know, easy conditions. Nah, we got this price action, and we do our best with the price action that we have, and look for opportunities near the lows. Now we're pumping again? You're joking, right? What do you make if the crypto nutshell seems overly bullish? What do you mean the crypto nutshell? What does that mean? I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, how many hours live so far, bro? We've done 7 hours and 45 minutes. And I was hoping that after getting a move up like this and then a pullback, let's see. We got, if this is just a pop-up again, like it's pointless. We're up 300% on the short, took some profits. I've took a break, but you're still here. I'm not a fanboy. I've been in this space for years. I only watched 3 of your live streams, but you're the new Ben Cowan plus. Look, Ben Cowan's an awesome analyst, guys, but he doesn't leverage trade, right? So he takes advantage of the spot opportunities, and I largely have the same view as him over the course of this year. I think Bitcoin will be headed lower, and it's fun when we can catch it on the live stream, but I think it's There's a podcast called The Crypto Nutshell. Guys, I have no clue what that is. As I said, I really don't watch much other crypto contents if I'm keeping it real. What platform do you always use? Legends, I am trading on Bluffin. So I trust them. I have a lot of capital on here. I'm up 225K on this trade. Realized 378. Probably going to keep this a little bit longer. I want to see us breach those 60K lows. If you want to join on Bluffin and also get access to my community for free, it's the second link in the description down below. So this one down here, you can earn up to 50K in withdrawable rewards depending on how much you're trading. And yeah, it's a great platform. And if you're gonna join, make sure you join our trading competition. Exactly, Remco. Exactly. I see a lot of people talking about BitUnix as well, but Bluffin really is one of the only platforms that kept working during the October crash. BitUnix and others did not work. And while they might work when times are okay, like now, you don't want to wait until that happens. So if you're trading on other platforms and you can access Bluffin, I would highly recommend making the change. And you can do so with the second link in the description down below. But now Bitcoin's kind of just, I don't think Bitcoin wants me to stay on the live stream. Let's be real. Let's be real. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look likely. But if history is of any indication, over the past few days, the big drops have happened while I'm sleeping in the middle of the night. So I genuinely, it might not happen on the stream. You know what, guys? We hit 812 likes. We've been live streaming for just under 8 hours. I think I'm going to call it quits. We're getting a little bit of a move to the upside. The short is still printing. Guys, if you want to see how I've been trading the market outside of the live streams, because I do post my swing trades in that group, it is free. You know where to find me. If you DM me the keyword CBM on Telegram with the first link in the description down below, you're able to join that group. And I think we're going to call it a wrap there. If you enjoyed the content, don't forget to just destroy that like button. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you in the next video.